May I have a motion to excuse board member Dr. Chris Apodaca from the special study session due to a work obligation?
Motion to excuse Eugenio.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, roll call, Danielle.
Okay. Mrs. Yu?
Yes?
Mr. Beach?
Present.
Dr. Eugenio?
Here.
Board Member Mr. Nishi? Mrs.
Present.
Say?
Present?
Dr. Rios?
Present.
Thank you.
Okay. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session. Anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 case. Are there any public comments on the closed session items?
There are no public comments in the closed session time at this time, Madam
Okay,
President.
thank you. May I have a motion to move to closed session?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. open session.
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Please silence your cell phones. We welcome public comments and anybody wishing to make a public comment. Must fill out a card on the table to my left. All public comments are to be made during the public comment section or at the time an item is presented and must be done before the item is discussed. Each comment must be no more than 5 minutes. This evening, the board discussed the following item in closed session: anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. I'd like to ask Dr. Michael Eugenio to lead us in the pledge.
Please rise. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, ABC community. I thank and welcome parents, grandparents, guardians in the audience, as well as special guests. I'd like to acknowledge Chung Vo, Cerritos Mayor Pro Tem, Linda Johnson, former school board member and current LA County Sheriff, Villanueva's office, and Captain Min from Cerritos Sheriff. I call this special board meeting to address the current issues on school safety and discipline protocols and procedures. Tonight, we will have the presentation from our staffs regarding this topic. We are here tonight for one purpose: to address the concerns and problems in safety in order to improve and update policies where needed. Please keep comments along this line and refrain yourselves from attacking individuals. I appreciate your cooperation in making this meeting a civil discussion. The pandemic has created feelings of isolation and distress, which has brought havoc to our world and has negatively affected our children. Aggression and violence has increased across the schools in our nation, as people have become frustrated with direction of public policy from national, state, and local leaders. This is why we are here tonight. Yes, we need to update our mode of communication, especially in emergency communication, because information reaches the community before the authorities and the district. Please understand, social media only gives a snapshot of any incident and not the full picture. And we really want to hear from you. So, may I have a motion to move presentation before the public comment?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We will have because this is a special board meeting and it's specifically on the safety, we'd like to hear from the staff first, and then we'll have the public comments. Dr. Su?
Thank you so much, President Yu. Tonight, we're going to be discussing the school safety, discipline protocols, and procedures. This is done by Melinda Ortiz, who's Director of School Services, and Helica Diaz-Nerano, who is the Supervisor of Child Welfare and Attendance, Scott Smith, the District Communications Officer, Dr. Evelyn Ha, who's the Principal at Willow Elementary School, Tuesday Stoffers, the Principal at Tetzloff Middle School, Janet Castillo, who's the Social and Behavioral Services Coordinator, and Aaron V. O'Donnell, who's a partner with AALRR. So let's begin our presentation tonight.
Good evening, President Yu, Vice President Beach, Board Clerk Eugenio, Board members Dr. Su, Cabinet, and all of our community members here this evening. My name is Melinda Ortiz, and I'm the Director of School Services. And Dr. Sue just very eloquently introduced our panel that will be presenting this evening, who also prepared this presentation, so I'm not going to reintroduce them all. But with that, we're going to go ahead and get started with our presentation. We were tasked to present to our board and our community regarding our school safety protocols and our behavior discipline protocols and procedures. Included in our presentation tonight, we also have Ed Code cited and board policy cited. Each one of our presenters will be presenting a piece of this presentation as representatives of our district and from our schools. And I get the fun part of the clicker, I think. Yes. I'd like to cover our agenda briefly, and then we'll move into the presentation. As you can see on the slides here, we're going to discuss school safety plan, school safety committees, and school safety drills. We will then move into other means of correction, and listed up there, you can see some of the different types of other means of correction we'll be addressing this evening. Following, we will be discussing our suspension policies, our SEC policies, and expulsion. We will wrap up our presentation this evening with Scott Smith, our District Communications Officer, and Mr. O'Donnell, who you can see down at the end of the table from AALRR, and they will be talking about communications within our district, as well as transparency and FERPA law. At this time, I'd like to introduce Tuesday Stoffers, the principal at Tetzlaff, and Dr. Evelyn Ha, the principal at Willow, and they're going to share a little bit about our school safety plans.
Good evening, President Yu, board members, Dr. Sue, cabinet members, and community members. So we're going to go ahead and start off with our school safety, a timeline of some of the safety documents and plans that are required of schools and how our schools make sure that we meet these requirements. So you can see at the beginning of the year in August, September, schools are tasked to review and update our emergency disaster plans with staff. And we do communicate with parents. However, specific evacuation maps and details are not posted publicly due to safety reasons. So especially if we have like an active intruder drill, we don't want to publicly post our routes are going to be as we evacuate. By October, we are required to update the Safe Schools Action Plan, and I'll be going over specifically details about both of these plans. In March, we are required to update the Comprehensive School Safety Plan, and that is done annually, both for the Safe Schools Action Plan as well as the Comprehensive School Safety Plan. You can see in the next timeline, from the beginning of the school year to the end of the school year, that all of our schools are required to have safety drills. So ABC schools practice fire drills, earthquake drills, lockdown drills, which could include the active shooter intruder drills. And the frequency of these drills, though, are dependent upon the level of the school. So whether it's elementary, middle school, or high school, we go in accordance with the actual California Ed codes, which are cited on this slide. After we complete a drill, schools are required to report those drills on the district's online emergency drill certification site, which is available on our website. So the next slide is about our school safety documents. So I'm going to go into detail about just some of the actual required documents that we have. So the first document is the Safe Schools Action Plan, and this is reviewed and approved in October by the School Site Council, and also, of course, we have input from our school safety committees. And so in this action plan, it's pretty much a plan that details baseline data as well as the two overarching safety goals for all of our schools. The first goal being that we want to provide an inviting and safe teaching and learning environment, and the second overarching goal is to ensure that all students and staff members are familiar and trained in following all school safety procedures. So with these two overarching goals, each school will develop some objectives, some action steps with timelines, and this is monitored throughout the school year. So this is done in October. And then on the other side of this table, you will see the Comprehensive School Safety Plan. This is much more comprehensive, as the name suggests, and this is approved every year on March 1st by the School Site Council, and of course, you have input from your School Safety Committee as well. So there are very specific California Ed codes that detail all the specifics that are required in this comprehensive school safety plan. So not only are we talking about the actual emergency drills and the procedures that, you might just quickly think that each school has those in their safety plan, but this is much more than that. So we do detail when staff are trained. We do have a consultation with law enforcement. That is a requirement in the California Ed Code for this plan. So for example, tomorrow at Willow, we are meeting with the Lakewood Sheriff Department. They will be coming on site with their public safety officer to review our plan, and so that is part of this comprehensive school safety plan. So along with the emergency disaster plan and just your basic school safety plan, also included in this comprehensive plan is our school-wide behavior plan. So whether it's our PBIS plan, our school-wide behavior discipline system, there's also a section on how we assess the data of school crime. So a lot of that data will be found in our school plan for student achievement as well as our school accountability report card. So that is also part of this comprehensive school safety plan. Other things that are included in this plan are policies, specific board policies on suspension, expulsion, bullying, child abuse reporting, non-discrimination, sexual harassment, as you see here, and there are some other things that we can include. There's also a section on mental health supports, and so for us here in ABC, we're very fortunate to have mental health professionals at each of our schools, and so that is something that we include in our plan, the role of our mental health provider and the services that she is able to provide our students. So Ms. Tuesday Stoppers, not yet, she's not a doctor yet, soon to be. She's going to be sharing just about how the School Safety Committee is made up.
Good evening, President Yu, Vice President Beach, Clerk Eugenio, members of the board, Dr. Sue, cabinet, and community members. I would like to discuss our next slide, which is the School Safety Committee. Dr. Hug gave an extensive explanation of our school safety timeline and our school safety documents, and at the backbone is our school committee, our school safety committee. Our school safety committee, there's a school safety committee at every school, and it is composed of an administrator or designee, custodians, office staff, teacher representatives, and parent representatives. They are responsible for reviewing and approving the school plan or the school action plan and our comprehensive school safety plan that Dr. Ha just explained. We also are responsible for debriefing emergency drills. So once a drill is done, the committee reconvenes to see where we can improve, what do we need, any additional supplies that may be needed. That would be the job of the safety committee. We also review safety issues and discuss solutions. Even solutions such as drop-off and pickup, which I know a lot of parents are very interested in. That would fall under our school safety committee. We discuss items such as dress code, safety drills, school facilities issues, emergency supplies, supervision, evacuation procedures, which includes MAPs, and plan safety trainings. We initiate and follow through on maintenance work orders, monitor progress on safe school action plan goals throughout the school year. So I want to give a small snapshot of what an incident may look like at a school site. So depending upon, first of all, if an incident occurs, the administrative team has to first determine how serious the incident is. Depending upon the severity of the incident, law enforcement or an emergency response team is contacted. If an emergency response team or law enforcement is contacted, the superintendent's office is then contacted, as well as the office of the director of schools. And we constantly update them as we work through to resolve the incident. During this time, administrators and support team members are handling the incident, collecting information about the incident, and ensuring that students are safe, because student safety is our priority. Administration or a designee works with the director of schools and our communication officer to provide the appropriate communications to specific families and/or our school community.
Thank you. We're going to move on to other means of correction, and again, we will be having Principal Stoffers and Dr. Ha present. And I get to present as well, so I'm going to start. One of the things that we had shared is other means of correction. And on this slide, you'll see that this is Ed Code 48900.5. Other means of correction is what we do in lieu of suspension and what we need to do in lieu of suspension before we consider suspension. So if a student were to do something that may be a suspendable offense and has no other prior incidents, we need to first look at what we've done to intervene and provide supports for that student first and foremost. The list up here shows a variety of different things that we can do at a school site based on ed code. So other means of correction would include a conference between school personnel and the pupil's parents or guardians. It could be referrals to a school counselor, a psychiatrist, social worker, child welfare and attendance personnel. We might do study teams or guidance teams, SSTs as we know them at the elementary level, to develop a plan or possibly a discipline intervention plan for the student or a behavior plan for the student. Enrollment in a program for teaching pro-social behavior or anger management, which we also have here in ABC, or participation in restorative justice type programs. Positive behavior support approaches and tiered interventions that occur during the school day and on campus through our Tier 1, Tier 2 supports that we offer, universal supports, as well as PBIS supports, PIP, and some of the other programs that we offer here in ABC are all part of what we do to offer other means of correction. I'm now going to turn this on over to Dr. Ha and Principal Stoffers.
So we wanted to share some of the alternatives to suspension that ABCUSD has. ABC offers alternatives to suspension, which include PATH. That's a 5-day program that addresses substance abuse. So rather than just suspend our students and send them home, we educate them about the challenging choice they made. ABC has historically always chosen education to resolve issues rather than just suspending students and taking away their opportunity for education. STAY is a 1-day program that addresses issues for tobacco use or vaping. STEP is a 3-day program, and that teaches students about conflict resolution and finding ways to resolve issues without resorting to fighting or violence. We also use proactive steps, such as the TUPE program, which is Tobacco Use Prevention Education. And this is a curriculum that's used in grades 6 through 12 and educates our students on the dangers of using tobacco products or vaping. We know that many of our students are currently facing socio-emotional challenges, and COVID has not made that any easier. In order to support the students in ABCUSD, we provide socio-emotional supports that include mental health professionals at every site, in addition to counseling services. We use skill streaming at the elementary level, and this is a primary intervention program that is more appropriate for our younger students. We also have a community resource team referral for those students that need further support for the challenges that they are currently facing. And we also have safety checks. As an administrator, we also receive what's called gaggle alerts. If our students use any type of language or harmful language in their emails, it alerts administration, and we are able to send out safety checks to the student's home to make sure that the students are okay and that the parents are aware of what their child has put online.
So just continuing with some other supports, as Ms. Stoffers shared, The goal of other means of correction is really truly to help correct behavior. So behaviors that might not be aligned with our school-wide expectations for behavior. And so, when we look at the word discipline, it really does mean to teach. So instead of resorting to just punishments, we want, just as Mustafa said, education is our priority. So we want our students to be able to stay in school so that they can learn, but we also want to teach them how they are to behave and how they're going to be more successful academically as a result. So you see a list of other supports here, ranging from behavior plans and contracts and various peer-to-peer programs. Mentorship, conflict mediation is definitely something that is widely used at many schools. Finding alternate work environments where students can go and take a break and then come back. And then, of course, restitution. We also have some mentorship programs at some of the schools. As many of our schools continue to implement PBIS, which is Positive Behaviors Intervention Supports, that has definitely been a system to help support those behaviors at our school, where we can do daily check-in, check-outs, where students, if they just need that extra support from an adult, they can check in the morning with them, they can set their own daily goals, receive points along the way, and then check out with that adult. And so I know, speaking from personal experience at my site, that has been very successful for some of our students, and it truly has been another means of correction in lieu of suspensions or being out of the classroom for a long period of time. Other things like breaks are better, where students are able to take breaks throughout the day just so that they can take a moment to refocus themselves, so that they can come back ready to learn, or just even reflection think sheets so that they can actually think about their behaviors and how they can really make some efforts to improve. And of course, bullying prevention is definitely key. I think that's something that we always want to make sure that we are preventing at our school sites. And then as Ms. Ortiz shared in the first slide, there is that Ed Code 48900.5, which details that list, based on what the expectations in terms of alternates and other means of correction in lieu of suspension.
As mentioned by Dr. Ha and Principal Stoffers, we have 3 alternatives to suspension: PATH, STEP, and STAY. These other means of correction are typically for students in 6th through 12th grade. The data up there shows that this year so far we've had 274 students referred to one of the programs, and then it's broken down for you separately: PATH with 73, STAY with 34, and STEP with 167 students. So again, these programs are very effective and they support the process of providing other means of correction for our students. Well, this is my favorite part, is talking about our mental health professionals and the support that they provide at our school sites. We're very, very blessed in ABC to have a large group of very talented mental health professionals. These are social workers. All of them, of course, are master's degree plus, and they are well trained in supporting our sites with the social emotional needs of our students. For those that aren't aware, we have one at every elementary school, one at every middle school, two at each of our comprehensive high schools, and one at Tracy High School. The data that you see up here is the Tier 1, which is in the green, Tier 2, which is the apricot color, and then our Tier 3, which is the more salmon color. This is data from this year, and it shows you in Tier 1 level, which are our basic interventions. Those are universal supports for all students. And it's broken down into the different areas that we support all of our students. And you can see the number of students who have been supported at the Tier 1 level beginning this year up until, this data is through February 28th, so the end of last month. The the apricot colored is our Tier 2, and these are interventions that are not universal. They are for students who need additional supports beyond the universal level of support. And as you can see, you'll notice the numbers of students that have been served and the breakdown of the different ways that they have been served. And then finally, the salmon colored. And what is more concerning, I think, for all of us is these are our students that are in the Tier 3 level. These are students that are needing significant supports. They're more at risk. These are safety interventions and crisis interventions for students. These would be students who may have DCFS referrals going. These may be students who are expressing suicide ideation, and so on. We could also have students in this area that are significantly, their attendance is a significant problem to the point where they may not even be attending school. So there's a variety of reasons why a student would be at the Tier 3 intervention level. And you can see at this time how many, not students, but how many crisis interventions we've intervened on this year alone for our students. The notation down below where it says Tier 2, we took the last year that we were in school for an entire school year, so 2018-19 school year. And we served with our mental health professionals 3,082 students that year. In comparison to this year, at this time, we have served 5,471 students. Typically, spring is busier. And as you know, we're just coming into spring. This is typically when we will see more behavioral needs, more mental health support needs. So we expect that number to double by the end of the school year, if not beyond that. That is a significant increase over what we were serving before COVID. And then again, the bottom note is just our Tier 3 crisis interventions that we have provided this year. I'd like to now turn the microphone over to Angelica Diaz-Naranjo, who is our Supervisor of Child Welfare and Attendance, and Jana Castillo, who is our Social and Behavioral Services Coordinator.
Good evening, President Yu, members of the board, and Dr. Su, cabinet and community members. Like Melinda shared, my name is Angelica Diaz-Naranjo, and I am the Supervisor of Child Welfare and Attendance, and I will be reviewing our suspension procedures. Referencing California Education Code 48900, the definition of suspension is as follows. Students who display inappropriate behavior may be subject to suspension as outlined in the California State Education Code 48900 and 48915. A student may be suspended or expelled for acts which are related to school activity or attendance while on school grounds, while going to or coming from school, during the lunch period whether on or off campus, and during or while going to or coming from a school-sponsored activity. Based on our board policy and administrative regulations 5144, a suspension or expulsion shall be used only when other means of correction have failed to bring about proper conduct or the student's presence causes continuing danger to himself, herself, or others. I would also like to note that a suspension can be for 5 consecutive days at a time. As follows here in the image, you can see, it might be a little blurry, but you can see the education codes 48900 and 48915 outlined to you. With a description of broad discretion, some discretion, and mandatory. And what that means is, I'll review that. Broad discretion, these are offenses that are suspendable acts, but other means of correction must be put in place before we suspend students, depending on the severity of the incident. Some discretion, the yellow, the middle chart, indicates that a principal must recommend expulsion when the following occur at school or at a school activity off campus, unless the principal determines that the expulsion is inappropriate. And what that refers to is that other means of correction are not feasible or have repeatedly failed to bring about proper conduct. The mandatory column, these are the 48915. These are considered the big 5. Our principals or designee it's mandatory to mandatory expulsion at this point. Okay. I'm going to review the suspension procedures as outlined in our board policy. and reflects what we are required to do based off of education code. The initial step is an informal conference. It triggers an investigation. We have to allow due process. We gather statement reports, witnesses, in order to make the best decision possible at the school site for all students involved. The informal conference takes place with the student, the offender, let's say. And at that point, the next step, the administrative takes action, proceeds with suspension or other means of correction. In this case, it's a suspension. So a suspension is issued based off of the incident that has taken place or the offense that has taken place. Step 3, notification is offered to parents or guardians. A suspension notice is issued and documented in our student information system. Parents are then invited to a conference where they are notified that a reentry meeting will follow upon the student's return to school. In addition to whether we're looking at counseling or other services for the student, all of that is discussed at this reentry meeting, or if a conflict mediation needs to take place, etc. The step 5 takes place if there is an extension of suspension, and I will go into that later. This would only happen if we are proceeding with a recommendation for expulsion, and this is where we would exceed the 5 days. I'm going to go ahead now and pass this on to Janet Castillo, and I'll return later.
Good evening, President Sue Yu, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Sue, Cabinet, and community members. I would like to reference federal law IDEA, which is Individuals with Disabilities Education Improvement Act, and Code of Federal Regulations 300-530. When a student is suspended for 10 consecutive days, has been suspended for more than 10 days in the same school year, the school district is considering a change of placement or expulsion, we must follow through with the manifestation determination IEP meeting. The purpose of the review, the manifestation determination review, is to determine if the student's behavior was a manifestation of their disability, and if the conduct in question was a direct result of not implementing the IEP. As I mentioned before, this IEP meeting, which is the manifestation determination, happens under those 3 prongs if a student is suspended for 10 consecutive days, has been suspended for more than 10 days in the same year, and the school district is considering a change of placement or expulsion. There are 2 outcomes that can result from this manifestation determination IEP meeting. If the outcome is yes, and the outcome of the meeting indicates that the student's behavior was a manifestation of their disability, additional assessments may be conducted. If the outcome of the meeting indicates that the conduct in question was a direct result of not implementing the IEP, immediate steps are taken to address any deficiencies. A manifestation determination, when the outcome is no, means the child's behavior was not caused by or did not have a direct relationship to the child's disability, or the child's behavior was not the direct result of the IEP not being implemented. In either case of no, school personnel have the authority to apply the relevant disciplinary procedures to the child with disabilities in the same manner and for the same duration as the procedures would be applied to a child without disabilities. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to pass it back on to Angelica.
I'm going to continue with reviewing the Student Evaluation Committee process. This is a procedure that we follow based on our board policy and administrative regulations. As you can see here, if you can follow along with me, I'm going to reference Board Policy 5144.3. The district shall have a student evaluation committee which shall meet with any student who has a disciplinary problem so serious that it is considered by the school principal as flagrant or intolerable behavior, which could ultimately result in expulsion of the school from the district. The SEC panel is coordinated by myself, Child Welfare and Attendance Supervisor, in addition to 3 committee members that can be school administrators, assistant principals, deans, child welfare and attendance coordinators, or any district employee with a credential. SEC panel's role: the committee shall recommend the disposition of the case after completion of the hearing. Disposition alternatives include return to school of attendance, transfer, or transfers to Tracy High School. I would like to share that due process is allowed. We do allow in this panel to hear the offender's case, as well as allow the parent guardian to speak on behalf of the student. In terms of SEC panel training, the Child Welfare and Attendance Office has held monthly trainings with assistant principals and deans, quarterly community alliance meetings, and trainings led by our equity officer. During the Student Evaluation Committee presentation, a Student Evaluation Committee packet is prepared and presented by the referring school's administrator. The appropriate school administrator shall be present to answer questions from the committee, parent, or guardian to allow due process. The packet includes information regarding the whole child: academics, attendance, discipline history, as well as if there have been any behavior contracts in place. Anything that is related to the student is included in that packet. It is provided to all the panel members. It is provided to the parent or guardian as well. In the SEC hearing, the committee, parent, or guardian and the student shall thoroughly discuss the incident with adequate opportunity presented for presentation of the student's perspective as well. We do allow the student to provide a statement if they choose to. The committee shall recommend the disposition of the case after completion of the hearing. Disposition alternatives again include the return to school of attendance, transfer to another school in the district, or transfers to Tracy High School. I would like to share that part of this recommendation requires a reentry meeting if the child is returned to their home school, an intake meeting if they are transferred, in addition to supports. We implement other means of correction in the recommendation. That could be counseling in addition to other resources that we already have established in our district. I would like to present to you so far the Student Evaluation Committee data. In our elementary schools, I have received 13 SEC referrals. For our middle schools, 16, and for our high schools, 31 so far this year. I'm going to continue with our expulsion process, and this is extensive, as we have to follow exactly what the Ed Code states, as well as our board policy and administrative regulations. And I'm referring back to our 48900 and 48915 Ed Code offenses, the mandatory recommendation for expulsion, and the mandatory recommendation and mandatory expulsion is listed here, and they are described in detail. Once again, the mandatory recommendation for expulsion there is some discretion available to our principals or principal's designee. We have to look at the severity of the situation, and we have to look if other means of correction have been applied. And then we look at our big five, the mandatory expulsion for 1 year of the date of initial expulsion. In all of these cases, I would like to share that in the procedure of expulsion, due process is part of the procedure. Authority to expel is only made by the board. The board shall expel as required by law any student found to have committed offenses under mandatory recommendation and mandatory expulsion. The board may also order a student expelled for any of the acts listed under grounds for suspension and expulsion, any of the 48900 offenses, upon recommendation by the principal, superintendent, hearing officer, or administrative panel, based on finding either or both of the following, and this is key: that other means of correction are not feasible or have repeatedly failed to bring about proper conduct, that due to the nature of the violation, the presence of the student causes a continuing danger to the physical safety of the student or others. In determining whether or not to recommend the expulsion of a student, the superintendent, principal, or designee shall act as quickly as possible to ensure that the student does not lose instructional time, and that is the student's right. I would also like to share that students who are recommended for expulsion have rights. and these are the following. Any student recommended for expulsion shall be entitled to a hearing to determine whether he or she should be expelled. The hearing shall be held within 30 school days after the superintendent, principal, or designee determines that the student has committed one of the acts listed under grounds for suspension and expulsion. The student is entitled to one postponement of an expulsion hearing for a period of not more than 30 calendar days. This request has to be made in writing by the parent. After determination that one of the grounds listed under grounds for suspension and expulsion has occurred, the superintendent, principal, or designee shall offer the student and his or her parent guardian the option to waive a hearing and stipulate to the expulsion. And again, this agreement is made in writing, and it is signed by both parent, guardian, and student. I'm going to move forward to the expulsion process. As I mentioned before in the suspension procedures, there is an extension to the suspension, which initiates the expulsion process, and that is wherein the recommendation is made. This requires formal communication with the parent and guardian, notifying them that an extension to the suspension has taken place until the completion of the process, until we complete the expulsion process. We follow that with a written notice of expulsion hearing, and again, we have to notify the parent, guardian at least 10 days before the hearing takes place to allow due process. We proceed with conducting the expulsion hearing, and then the deliberation of the administrative panel. This panel is composed of administrators from our district, and they are trained once again, similar to the Student Evaluation Committee, for this procedure. Once that is done, the panel makes a recommendation to the board, whether it is to recommend for expulsion or not, and that is taken to the board. Then the board makes a decision, and there is a time frame for that depending on our board meetings, etc. Final action by the board, whether the expulsion hearing is conducted in closed or public session by the board, a hearing officer, or an administrative panel, the final action to expel shall be taken by the board at a public meeting. Final action can go two ways. If the board upholds the panel's administrative recommendation, the superintendent shall notify the parents or guardian by certified mail and apprise the parents or guardian of their right to appeal to the Los Angeles County Board of Education. If the board rejects the recommendation from the administrative panel to expel, this decision shall be final, and the student shall be reinstated immediately to school. If we proceed with expulsion, a rehabilitation plan recommendation is made. At this time, the expulsion order, the board shall recommend a plan for the student's rehabilitation, and this can include a series of items: periodic assessments, improved academic performance, counseling, community service, and other rehabilitative programs. Then we issue written notice to expel. The superintendent or her designee shall send written notice of the decision to expel to the student, parent, and guardian. If the decision is not to enforce expulsion, the suspension of the enforcement of an expulsion shall be governed by the following. The board may, as condition of the suspension of enforcement, assign the student to a school, class, or program appropriate for the student's rehabilitation. And this could be something like a community day school through LACO. The superintendent or designee shall send written notice of any decision to suspend the enforcement of an expulsion order during a period of probation to the student or parent guardian. And the notice should also inform the parent guardian of their right to appeal the expulsion to the County Board of Education. To finalize this process, the parent, student, guardian have the right to appeal, and this is a procedure they must take place within 30 days of the board's decision to expel. Post-expulsion, the board shall refer expelled students to a program of study that is as follows: appropriately prepared to accommodate students who exhibit discipline problems, not provided at a comprehensive middle, junior, or senior high school, or at any elementary school unless the program is offered at a community day school established at such a site, not housed at the school site attended by the student at the time of the suspension. Readmission after expulsion, this is an entire process in itself, where we have to review the rehabilitation plan and make sure that the student followed what was in that agreement initially. And so this column outlines what that would look like. We are required to maintain records. The board shall maintain a record of each expulsion, including the specific cause of the expulsion. And we are required within 5 days to provide documentation to whatever district the child is going to be attending if they leave our district. We are required to notify law enforcement authorities in cases of the following violation of the 48,915 Ed codes. And finally, we are required to maintain expulsion data within our district. I would like to complete my presentation with informing you of what trainings have been put forth by the Child Welfare and Attendance Office. And these are as follows. Attend assistant principal and dean monthly meetings with myself, as well as our equity officer and our coordinators. And these have been referred, these presentations and trainings have involved training in Title VI, Title IX, and bullying incident report process, discipline procedures and other means of correction, attendance procedures as refers SART and SARB, schools of choice, the SEC process and discipline matrix. In addition to this, we have put together Community Safe School Alliance meetings quarterly. So far, we have collaborated with the Lakewood Sheriff and brought in special assignment team on gang awareness. We've also collaborated with Cerritos Sheriff, and they provided a training on active shooter preparedness. We're also working with LAPD to provide a drug substance awareness training. In addition to this, we have collaborated with the Los Angeles Department of Mental Health to provide an extensive training on school threat assessment response team and their referral process. I've also worked with Campus Safety Group to provide training on comprehensive school safety planning for our CSSPs. In addition to this, we are proceeding with an active shooter response instructor certification training, where some of our administrators are going to be trained and certified so that we can then provide training to our administrators here within ABC.
Thank you to Angelica. And at this time, I'm going to introduce Mr. Scott Smith, our District Communications Officer, and again, Mr. O'Donnell at the other end of the table from AALRR. Scott will be presenting on communication protocols, and Mr. O'Donnell will be talking with us about transparency and FERPA laws. And Ms. Ortiz is going to be talking to us about communication and formal complaint process. What you see up here on this screen is what we share with our parents each year in our, we used to call it our summer packet. It's now online, and the schools present this to their parents as well. And this is a process when you have a concern that you do not believe is being taken care of. So first we're going to start with at the school site level. If a parent has a concern or a student has a concern, their first person to go to would typically be their teacher or a representative at the school site that they work with on a daily basis. The next step then would be if that situation was not taken care of or it needed to go to the next level, the student or their parent would then involve the site principal or administrator and report their concern to the site principal. If at that level the parent still has concerns or the student at our secondary level still has concerns, they may then step to the next level, which is to myself, Director of School Services, or my partner, Dr. Wise, who is the Director of Secondary Schools. And we will work with our parents and our students and our principals to try to come up with the means to resolve the problem or the concern that they have. The next two levels is when it goes beyond Dr. Wise and I, and it moves up to the superintendent or Dr. Sue's designee. Oftentimes that would be one of our assistant superintendents and Dr. Mayfield as well from Academic Services. And beyond that, it would then go to the Board of Education. There are three formal ways to submit a complaint. One of them is through the bully complaint process. We actually have revised bully complaint forms, and it's accessible on our district website. They've been recently updated by Angelica and our equity officer, so you can go onto our website and take a look at all of the information we have available regarding bully complaints, Title IX issues as well. And if a parent has a concern that they believe is not being handled correctly or continues to persist and the school has not been able to address that in a means that the parent is pleased with, they would then go to a bully complaint form. That form is submitted at the school site level, and it can also be submitted up here at the district level, but we would work directly with the administrator at the school site to complete those. And what they do is a complete investigation of the complaint. They look into whatever the complaint is, and they investigate each key point of that complaint. As well, the community complaint is another form that can be used to submit a formal complaint, and it's handled in a very similar manner. They are also available on our district website, and they can be picked up at the school site as well. And parents would then go and submit the complaint on an area that is not necessarily a bully concern or a Title IX concern, a uniform complaint concern. Again, it would start a timeline, as is with the bully complaint and the uniform complaint, to investigate the parent's concern or the student's concern. If it's an older student submitting, even some of our younger ones might do the same. And we would follow up with the parent regarding our investigation results. Always we're looking to resolve the concern, and we first have to look into what is the concern and what is occurring at the site level. And then finally, the uniform complaint form, which is also available on the district website, and the school sites have copies of the uniform complaint form. Parents may also, or community members may also access the uniform complaint. These are very serious complaints, and you can find them in Ed Code, but this has a lot to do with the Title IX concerns, as well. It would be sexual harassment. It can be severe bullying. So these are uniform complaints, and they are at a very serious level. And again, they are accessible via the district website, school site level, and in our front district office, we have copies of each one of these complaint forms for parents. And now, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Good evening, President Yu, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Su. It's good to be here with you this evening. When we talk about communication, we're going to go over really what comes from the district office. We try to be timely, accurate, with a focus on privacy. Ms. Stoffers earlier shared the process for communicating from a school site. So you'll see that up there. It should be very similar. And the district office process, it mirrors that in some ways. When the incident is reported to the district office, we report that incident to the board and cabinet. If there is a broader community impact, then the district office, through the superintendent, will share that information with the school community. Some considerations that we have to take when providing information is timing. It depends upon the nature or severity of the incident. Method, we use Parent Square, which could come to parents by email, text, or a robocall. Audience, the school sites communicate with families, the district communicates with the Board of Education, and if need be, the district, families, and the broader community. Confidentiality is extremely important. As you heard, it could damage the due process that a student is owed, and it could be in violation of federal law. So we have to be careful about what specifics are shared at what time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And our last presenter this evening is Mr. O'Donnell from AALRR.
Thank you very much, and good evening, Board President Yu, board members, Dr. Su, and to the community, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I would like to just speak briefly, flesh out a little bit more detail on FERPA and similar provisions of the Education Code. And so I think we have a slide on this, yes. So Both federal law and California law, the Education Code, are very protective of student privacy generally when it comes to information that is contained within pupil records. And this general rule of privacy applies equally to information that may be contained in student disciplinary records, just as a specific example and relevant to this particular discussion. And the general rule under both FERPA and the Education Code is that public release of information from pupil records, including discipline information, would not be permitted insofar as it identifies a particular pupil. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. It would not be permitted insofar as it. Thank you. Apologies. So the general rule is that we cannot release information, discipline information regarding an identifiable pupil unless there is written consent from that pupil's parent, or if there is a judicial order or a subpoena. If we receive a subpoena for records, generally speaking, we would comply with that. There are procedures for notification to the pupil whose records are subpoenaed, but I don't think we need to get into that this evening. There are limited exceptions to this general rule, as you see on the slide here. The most pertinent to this discussion are the ones that I've highlighted on the slide, having to do with certain law enforcement functions and emergency situations. The code specifically permits release of information to, as you see here, a probation officer, district attorney, or counsel of record for a minor in connection with a criminal investigation or juvenile court proceedings. And also permits release of information to appropriate persons, and that would obviously depend on circumstances as to what and who would be appropriate in order to, in connection with an emergency, when the release of that information is necessary to protect against a significant threat to health or safety. That's common sense, I think, and the law allows for that, but does require that if that is going to be done, there should be a record made as to what was released and why and to whom, just to avoid that becoming a sort of an exception that swallows the rule, if you will. So those are the basics, and as I think this illustrates, the law is fairly restrictive when it comes to release of information regarding an identifiable pupil with respect to student discipline matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. May I have a motion to hear from Dr. Hunley regarding the gaggle that, Angelica shared, but I'd like to hear from Dr. Hunley, what he did and how that works, because I think that would be very reassuring to the parents, if you don't mind. May I have a motion?
Do we need a motion for this?
Okay, then can I hear from Dr. Hunley? Okay. Do you mind? Yeah.
Part of the subject matter, so yes.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Board President and Dr. Mary Sue and Cabinet, and to the community. The gaggle is a system we have here in our district that alerts us at any time during the day, 24 hours a day, if something is stated inappropriate or if a student is having suicidal thoughts. We are given an alert, and we have color code. Red being most severe, we are sent a text message, and if that text message is not responded to within 5 minutes, they then begin calling down the list. We have district personnel here that's on the list that receive the calls. I'm one, Angelica Diaz, and also Nancy Romero. We're the 3 district level that usually responds after hours. During the day, we make sure we notify the school you have received a gaggle. If it's something that's severe that's needed to be tended to by our mental health providers, the school is immediately contacted and the student is pulled in immediately. After hours, if we cannot get a hold of a parent, we are to call the sheriff's department. If the student resides under Lakewood's jurisdiction, they will go out and do a welfare check for us after hours. If the student resides in Cerritos, we contact the Cerritos sheriffs. They go out and do a welfare check and notify us back so we know what to do the next day and follow up in regards to our students. Thank you.
So Wednesday morning, Dr. Hunley, what time did you receive the gaggle alert?
Are we talking about last week?
Yeah.
Right after the board meeting, we immediately responded to gaggle alerts after the board meeting, up until 1 o'clock a.m.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Hunley. And also, I want to hear from Tuan regarding the safety action plans that were implemented at Cerritos High. Tonight, we have majority of the audience are from Cerritos High School, and I think it's just fair to hear some of the action plans that's relevant.
Thank you. I will address that per the request from the board president. So we have provided several measures at Cerritos High School. We have able to work with the sheriff department at Cerritos Sheriff Department to have a resource officer there at the school from 7:30 in the morning to 3:30 in the afternoon every day, hopefully from now until the end of this school year. We have added or will be adding additional security cameras. We just walked the campus last week with the school administrations and provided areas that can use additional security cameras. So we will be adding those up to 8 security cameras on campus. And also along 183rd, we are looking into installing a wrought iron fence along 183rd by the retaining wall to secure the campus. So those are the measures that have taken and will be implemented from now until the end of the school year at Cerritos High School.
Thank you, Tuan. That is very helpful for most of the parents who are here tonight. Also, I want to acknowledge Daryl Evans from Cerritos, our safety manager. Thank you for coming. And can I hear a comment from Captain Din in case of emergency that happens outside of school hours and outside of school campus? Can you step to the podium?
No, you want the camera so we can hear it. You need to be in the mic.
Outside. I apologize for the audience outside. Good evening, President Yu, board members, school staff, and our concerned parents. First of all, I would like to say thank you for allowing me to stand in front of all of you to explain what we can do to assist the school staff, providing a safe environment for our kids to be attending school, specifically at Cerritos High School, because that's why we're here today. So, you know how the pandemic happened and school shut down. Kids are home and they don't have a way to learn how to cope with, I call it learning skills, the coping skills and conflict resolution skills. And next thing you know, we all put them all back together. And the rush is on because now we have the issue with not only people not learning how to cope with the issue, now you got mental health problem may have come in and what have you. Seeing this and seeing the waves of problems that came across the entire nation, my staff and I have already talked about what we can do and we continue to do throughout the pandemic, one of which was active shooters scenario case and how we respond outside of the perimeter. If need be, how can we engage and we review all the active school shooting plan, emergency response plan, what we need to do during and in case of an emergency that actually happened. Also on top of it, prior to having experienced the incident that occurred on February 28th, I have already deployed my personnel during the time in which the students coming in to school and the time when they go home, which is in the afternoon. Now, this individual, as far as the person that we hire, he or she will rotate across the 20 schools within our jurisdiction. And so there'll be times when you see them at a certain place, and there'll be times you don't, because I can only do so much with what I have. And I thank you, Mr. Darrell Evans, for allowing that to occur, because it is at the cost of the safety of all residents within the city of Cerritos, and we managed to get that happen. To answer your question, ma'am, we have actively been engaging with the community the best we can. Once we receive information about a certain threat to the student body at large, or at the school, or to any personnel assigned to the school, we work on it. We'll work on it. I will activate my detective team at nighttime. And at this point, I would like to thank you, our chaplain volunteer, Mr. Hunley. He is wonderful for helping us out. And I tell you, the last time that we had that incident, the deputies worked night and day until they resolved it, until 3 o'clock in the morning. There were instances that came in, information came to us, and we received that. We vetted that information. We went out and actively worked throughout the night to determine where the source of information comes from, deal with it effectively, and determine whether or not it is a legitimate information. And then we notify the school staff of our result. And I, again, thank you. If you have any question for me, I'll be more than happy to provide at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Dean. That was very, very informative, and really for all the effort that all the parents and guardians came out to our special board meeting tonight. I really wanted to thank Dr. Hunley Tuan to address this issue that is very relevant to Cerritos High School. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Now we will open up for, thank you. Now we will open the floor up for public comments. Dr. Eugenio?
Thank you, Madam President. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Please be respectful of the opinions of others and allow them to make their comment without interference from the audience. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff.
I just want to remind you, we do have a lot. We so far have 18, and plus, I think we also told the public we'll do the online too, right? Am I right? So it's going to be a lot. I'm probably going to ask, in 5 minutes, that's going to take quite a long time. And, we'll also have to ask questions. So if it's possible, can we limit to 3 minutes? With 3 minutes, we have 18. How many people we have here?
Wait a minute. Some people will speak 3 minutes, some people will do 5 minutes. So
Okay.
let's just stick to the plan. Just go with whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Limit is 5 minutes. Yeah.
First speaker, we have Eris Cardoza, followed by Rosa and Ernesto.
Okay. Good evening, distinguished board, and good evening to everyone in my community who has come out to speak against this. My name is Eris Cardoza. I go to Cerritos, and I'm a junior there. Recently, our school has been under a lot of safety threats. and a lot of concerns, but many times you aren't getting the student's perspective. I've spent the last probably week or so attempting to get as much student information as I possibly could when giving it to you. At the start, after the Heritage gun shooting, everyone was interested. No one was that scared within the school. Everyone was more so sharing around the video, questioning, oh, what happened here, what happened here? Relatively nosy. But as the fights got worse and worse, videos continually were shared, and no one was truly taking it serious. That was until the gun message spread. On Monday night, a friend of mine sent me a screenshot of a message. I will be removing names to keep this anonymous, but it says, "School board, some kids may bring guns to school tomorrow. They just had a meeting. They haven't sent out an official notice, but I may have to skip school." That was sent on Tuesday night. Now, the image was spread rapidly across all of social media. Regardless of how true it was spread insanely quickly. And it got to me, and my friend asked if I was going to school, and I said, yes, I would be. And Wednesday comes. During Wednesday, I have a zero period. So I arrive at school, and after zero period, there is roughly an hour gap between zero period and first period. During that gap, me and a friend of mine went into a teacher's room, and we started discussing it. And the teacher, who I will continue to name anonymous,
3 minutes,
said that from there, that they had just gotten the notification on Wednesday morning, and that it was only given to us at around 8 o'clock on that Wednesday. This got a lot of parents very upset that the communication was not there at a fast enough speed. And after talking to a bunch of the teachers, one of the teachers mentioned something about the campus culture. And I think that's incredibly important. Because if you think about it, these high schoolers are immature. They're not going to care about your program. Because, sure, you have good things set up, such as the STEP. Well, it's important to teach these kids. Most of these kids aren't going to listen. You'll teach them something, they'll go right back, do it again. Same thing with drugs. You tell them not to do drugs, you give them what, a 5-day seminar? They'll go back to doing them immediately after. And oftentimes I find these things not as actually addressing the problem, more so addressing fears rather than the problems itself. I view these as more of a, don't be scared, something is happening, regardless of how effective these are. The continual saying of mental health and COVID is an example of this. It's more so guiding all the ideas to one side instead of actually addressing them directly. In my eyes, this isn't very effective to parents. The parents want actual safety, and most of these won't actually give that safety. I'd like to show the mental health referrals. Well, these numbers are impressive and definitely help students. Many of the students who are causing said issues, they aren't going to be using these. It's not part of the campus culture. What I think a lot of people fail to understand is that high schoolers are not going to take any of this seriously. The high schoolers that are causing these problems are here to cause these problems, and no amount of setup will ever help that. And I think that's the most important thing that parents and everyone needs to hear. From disciplinary actions, the teachers view that they aren't being taken place successfully enough. I was talking to some of those anonymous teachers, and they said something about, let's see, what, the EC 48900K2. When I was looking over that, it said, prohibits students in K through 12 from being expelled through willful defiance, which is anything that's not one of the big five. But one of the big five is firearms.
Time.
I appreciate you for at least hearing me out. Thank you.
Next speaker we have Rosa, followed by Ernesto and Gabby.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say that your presentation was cute. I really thought it was cute, but it's obviously not working, or it's not being followed through, because this is why we're dealing with the problems that we're dealing, and this is why all these parents are here. So it was a cute presentation, but you need to revise it or actually follow through your presentation. So last week's meeting was intense and emotional. There was also concerns over a possible shooting at Cerritos High School, and I'm glad nothing happened. I understand that it's difficult to know what is a credible threat and what isn't, but I'm also thankful for the swift action taken by, our board members. Thank you. Specifically Mr. Brad Beach. I truly believe that everything that has happened in the last few weeks is a wake-up call to all of us parents, students, and school staff. We need to address what is wrong with our school so we can find a way to heal from this and move forward. We need to start by conducting a school-wide assessment of needs, resources, and prioritize those needs. Work to achieve a single school culture, communication between the administrators, teachers, principal, parents, and school staff to identify the problems, find solutions, retrain staff to develop a positive and safe school environment for our students and staff. The school's main office sets the tone for the entire school. This is why the front office serves as the eyes and ears. It is the head of the school. Front office staff are often the ones students turn to, seeking advice and wisdom. The insight they can provide to teachers and administrators is invaluable. The front office staff has to deal with many difficult issues, including answering to parents. Ask any front office staff what the most difficult part of their job is, and the answer is usually dealing with parents. They have to answer the phone calls of angry
3
parents
minutes.
trying to get a hold of the principal. When a parent storms into the front office without an appointment and demands to talk to the teacher who purposely failed their child, the front office staff has to intercept and calm them down. By having a staff with cool demeanors and the skills to work with parents are essential, and I believe with proper training, we can achieve these goals. We need the school faculty to feel empowered and that their professional opinions are actively solicited to meet the school's goals and vision with more success. If we realize the importance of each individual that attends and works at Cerritos High School, their contributions will lead to greater good of our school. And once again, I thought it was cute, but it's not working, guys. You need to revise it or actually have everyone that's a staff follow through this, because it's not working. I mean, this is why we're here. It was great, it was beautiful, well articulated, but it's not working. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Ernesto, followed by Gabby and Jim Giordano.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'll try to keep this short. What we're seeing here is basically the broken window theory. We're seeing it on our streets. Crimes happening, people are going into our stores, walking out, no consequences. Now we're seeing it in our schools. There's a fight here, no consequence. Another fight, no consequence. It's just at a point where, law enforcement has their hands tied, and school officials are afraid to do what they need to do. A lack of consequences in our schools is just another example of that. It provides, if we have consequences for these students, it provides the students to be able to see, hey, these actions are not acceptable, okay? Parent gets to go ahead and address those issues, talk it over with the kid. They're not going to miss out on their education. Send them home with schoolwork, okay? Have them finish it at home. What about that student, that shot up at Heritage? Are we not going to do anything because it didn't happen on school grounds? Didn't happen on a school activity? Are we going to counsel that student? No. Let's see here. Drills. Drills are reactive to specific events, active shooters, things like that, earthquakes, whatever. Okay? They're not going to work. And we need increased proactive measures. Let's set up these SIAs in the restrooms, outside the restrooms, have them walking around more often, have a presence out there. Let these students know that, hey, there's someone there to protect them. And, like the other parent said, presentation was cute, but we need action. We don't need presentations. We need to promote a safe learning environment, and yeah, counseling is not gonna work. I mean, if there's a mental health issue, I get
3
it
minutes.
all day. Counsel that kid, help him not, take a life or so on and so forth. But if the kid is going ahead and fight and stuff like that, and for other parents that are going to come up here, be prepared. People are rolling their eyes. It's like, hey, I get it. Yeah, I'm calling you guys out. Don't roll your eyes. We have concerns. Okay, so listen to us. Take action. You guys are in a position to help us out.
Next speaker, we have Gabby, followed by Jim Giordano and Ashish Gupta.
Oh, geez, I'm short. Hi, I wanted to talk to you about, of course, what's happening at Cerritos High. I have 2 kids there, one with an IEP. And I'd like to tell you that presentation you gave, a lot of parents don't understand it. We should have been given the papers just like you guys. You guys are here to present to us. And it's respectful to turn around and look at us. You're here for us. I understand you're here, but it's our concerns that are here. And one of the problems that I'm hearing is that to the end of the year. Kids are going to die next year, the following year. Safety measures have to be until the end of the year. Let me talk to you about PBIS for parents that don't know. I went to the PBIS meeting 2 years ago. I also know that there was a student that was being assaulted at this school, right? It got to a hard point for the parent, whatever. I can't disclose a lot of information out of respect. So this kid was being assaulted, right, by this kid. The kid finally tells the parent, whatever. Then the student, the parent doesn't get any communication from the principal, anything. The child was removed, right? He went to a different school, whatever. I go to the PBIS meeting, the first time I went to this meeting, on file, after that kid was assaulted over and over again, weeks and weeks and months and whatever, there's no suspension on file. So what PBIS does is it gives this kid, the assailant, the one that beats up the kid and does whatever to that kid, assaults the kid. It gives them all these supports, right? So on paper, and this is what they said at the PBIS meeting, the more supports, the better for the school. And we asked one of the parents that was there, she asked, well, what about a survey? Are you surveying parents? There's no survey. They just give this kid supports and supports. He could shoot up a school, assault a kid, do
3
something,
minutes.
sexual act in the bathroom. And they're just going to keep on giving him more and more supports, right? That's what you call it, more and more supports. So the more supports the school gets, the better the school looks. And there's no follow through. We don't know what else that kid does. They just keep on giving him more supports. So that is PBIS for you. And that was 2 years ago that I attended the meeting. So we're all here tonight because our kids are getting hurt. Kids are getting hurt in a place where most parents believe them to be safe. Kids are hurting kids. The truth is the staff has let these kids down. They did not do their due diligence and protect our kids from continued violence, witnessing violence, and threats of harm to them and assaults. CHS needs support, and we're here to advocate for resources as well as answers. From what we hear, CHS is now accepting every student that applies, including kids with prior offenses. Why? Is it because the district gives Cerritos, the poorest, least resources? The other high schools have a permanent resource officer, a new field, new athletic field, and we get more bungalows. We see the disparity. We see that Cerritos kids at Cerritos High are put last. Our kids' safety is being put last. If there's a concern or parents want to report an incident, we don't have a clear understanding on where to go. You need to train these secretaries at the high schools, at all your high schools. I'm not going to just say Cerritos High School. This is for all our kids. Train them to say, hey, this gets to dispatched here. We need to utilize our vice principal, our counselors, our staff members to support these parents. The secretaries are the first point of contact. They must be trained to address these issues with empathy as well as knowledge.
Just like the staff and secretaries had to do contract tracing for hours and hours, they should have put the same time to investigate
1
each
minute.
incident. Kids were videotaping performing sexual acts, whether voluntary or forced, we'll never know. One student is believed to have an IEP. There should be bathroom checks, service logs for illegal activity. And I'm just going to end it with parents had nowhere to turn but social media. Mel Cortez, thank you for that ABC Parent Supporting Parent. Your group truly has been a blessing to all our parents. Brad Beach, thank you for your understanding and realizing that parents deserve information and utilizing social media to reach out. Sue, you, Mayor Pro Tem, you guys were at the safety meeting. You guys are communicating with parents. That is what we need. So thank you very much.
Next speaker, we have Jim Giordano, followed by Ashish Gupta and Christina Cipriani.
Like many in this room, I confess that the recent events around Cerritos High School have caused sleepless nights due to fear, frustration, anger, and uncertainty. Faced with that uncertainty, we did decide, like many others, to keep our son home after the comments that were made in a previous board meeting. The resulting fear caused our child to miss a day of learning, and my wife and I to spend the majority of a work day fielding calls and looking for answers. And I will say social media made those answers far more difficult to get. Finding out that the threat was deemed non-credible reduced our fear, but raised our frustration. Rumors have continued to trickle in, most turning out to be false or exaggerated, but all raising fear in our community. And much like FDR said, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. We have a situation where our fears, not facts, are making our problems worse. The problems are not unique to Cerritos High School. According to the Department of Homeland Security, compared to pre-pandemic rates, gun violence in schools is off the charts. Between August 1st and October 1st, there was about 300% increase from that data in gun-related events around school campuses. While there is no national data on less serious instances of violence in schools, teachers and school administrators across the country are saying they are seeing a rise in everything from minor misbehaviors to fighting in the hallways. The fear causes us to look for quick responses. The Newtown shooting prompted nearly 90% of schools in the United States to upgrade their security at a cost of approximately $5 billion. However, multiple studies since then have found that the additional school security measures did not substantially increase school safety, and on the contrary, often made students feel less safe. The students are what is important here, both their learning and their physical and mental health. Feeling isolated is among the greatest risk factors for students who commit violent acts in schools, according to the Department of Homeland Security. The global pandemic has exacerbated risk factors of violence in general, like loneliness, isolation, and economic instability. Violence also tends to rise at times of uncertainty, and social media serves as an accelerant. Children, like adults, are tired, isolated, traumatized by the last 2 years. The numbers of children visiting emergency rooms for mental health issues has increased dramatically in a 7-month period in 2020, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, causing 3 separate children's health organizations recently to declare mental health state of emergency. The solutions here are not quick, and they will not be easy. The best solution for our children starts with rebuilding relationships. They have lost many of the relationships they had with friends, and those friendships help them feel comfortable and safe at school. Many have changed schools and lost the relationship they had with teachers and administrators who understood them and mentored them. Now we are most of the way through the new school year, and our Cerritos teachers, counselors, and administrators have worked to reestablish the credibility of those relationships bring. It was never going to be a straight path forward, and I do not want the recent difficulties to cause us to replace the very people who have tried to be there for our children.
I know personally how much Mr. Walker walks around the campus, checking on every student, checking on every event. I've heard how busy the counselor schedules have been, how many people they've seen. I've listened to the stories of our teachers going the extra mile. As good as these people are, we also have to recognize that most of them leave our community every night. The roots of the problem of Cerritos High School do not leave them, with them. We must work together in our community to help. Our oldest kid is in college. I asked him if Cerritos High prepared him for college. He said very much so, much more so than most of his peers. That's the quality I want to get back to, and I would very much welcome any input from the people here as to how we as the community can help do that. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Ashish Gupta, followed by Christina Cipriani and Carissa Cordero.
Good evening, board members, fellow parents. Thank you for letting us do this. Thank you for this opportunity. As you can see, I'm dressed in all black today. I'll let you know soon why, so listen carefully. There's going to be a quiz later, okay? Besides, I make it look good too. So Nelson Mandela said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. And Billy Graham said, the greatest legacy one can pass on to one's children is not money or other material things, but rather a legacy of character and faith. That being said, why did we have a walkout? I believe it was because there's a culture at Cerritos High School that puts our children in harm's way. It has now come to a point that our children are scared of going to school. Let's look at some of the situations. There was a shooting threat on the 16th of March. The school administration determined that it was not credible. Credible or not, precautions should have been taken. There needs to be clear communication to the parents. The question is there a plan for such a situation? Are there any drills that the school and students have even practiced? The answer is no. The lack of planning come to light when 2 students entered the school through an emergency door and assaulted a male student in a classroom on the 11th. Did that prompt the school to put any plans into immediate action? The answer again is no. We must hold the school accountable to provide more security for our kids. Now let's talk about this girl that claims that their sexual battery was committed against her. She claims that she told the principal and the vice principal about this incident. I want to know what was done about it by the school. Did they report the incident to the police or to the Child Protective Services? Did they report the incident to the board or even to the superintendent's office? Were the teachers advised that such an incident occurred so they can refrain from their own judgments? Again, the answer to these questions is no. Let me emphasize that this child was victim of a battery. By then she's victimized again when she sees that her voice is not being heard. She's victimized again when the teachers call it a hoax or made up. Or when she hears the school takes these allegations seriously, which they don't. Or when she sees the people involved walking freely on the campus. Imagine how marginalized she feels. I wonder how many more there are that feel the same way. Lastly, there's a culture of disrespect in the school. I have personally seen and heard the staff of the office being rude to children. They did that to my own child. It angered me, but I kept myself in control. This culture of disrespect must change. This culture of marginalizing children must change. This culture of no communication must change. And change has to start from the top down. I feel that all administration personnel who knew about the battery must be terminated, or at least they must be put on unpaid administrative leave until the board can investigate the matter further. So why am I wearing black? Because if we don't listen to our kids today, because if we don't do something to save them, because if we don't teach them to stand for themselves, because if we don't stop marginalizing them, because if we keep putting our archaic policies, culture, and ideas ahead of their safety, one day a father would be standing here wearing black, bearing his child. There will be a mother wearing black. There will be a grandfather, a grandmother wearing black. There will be an uncle, an aunt, a sister, a brother, a teacher, or a friend wearing black. I hope and pray that that day never comes. But before God can answer this prayer, you, the board, and the administration must take action. We must cleanse our
1 minute.
society's soul. We must pass a legacy of good character. And we must, and I repeat, we must restore our children's faith in us. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Christina Cipriani, followed by Carissa Cordero and Luzana Kaku.
Hi, thank you, School Board and Dr. Sue for having this meeting. I would also like to thank everyone for the explanations about how the safety systems work. Some of this was new information for me. I'm a graduate of Cerritos High School from a while back, and I have 2 nieces that attend there right now. I'd also like to let you know that my work is in education. I work in the private sector, so it's a little bit different, but I have experience in managing, administration, and in school accreditation nationally. So when I see presentations like this, I have a little bit of expertise in how the policies go. Since I work with adults, safety is not my area, but policies I can understand pretty easily. So when we started, President Yu said, "Welcome to the community," and that's what we are here. We're a community, but to do right by the community, we need to do more than tick the boxes that we need to tick for the state of California and for all of the ed code that's out there. We need to really protect students and do right by them and do right by the community. What I see here, and obviously you need to meet California ed code, I'm not opposing that, that's very clear, of course, to keep the district in good standing and all the schools in good standing, but we need more than that. We need more than meeting the code for safety. For physical safety, we don't need to just have a procedure. We need to actually use it if there's a shooter nearby. My nieces were on campus that day. They were doing sports outside just across the street from where there was somebody with a gun actually shooting it. That's not great for them. It's not great for the school. It's not great for anyone. Like the previous speaker said, there can be a lot of very grave consequences to something like this. So when there's a gun out, it's just across the street. That's a big park, but part of it is very close to the school. That could have been closer than a gun would be on the other side of campus. Why was there no lockdown? Why did nothing happen? Where was the attention to this and to safety? Maybe there's an explanation. I don't know it. Okay, and if you look at the processes
3
that
minutes.
were outlined, the processes that were outlined up there were about 4 stages for safety. 4 stages, a little bit of text underneath. You compare that to the processes listed for expulsion and suspension, for example. Multiple slides, I counted at least 10 stages, very filled boxes there, lots of text underneath, much longer paragraphs. So you take this into account and you think, there are lots of procedures for keeping control of students, and the procedure for protecting them doesn't seem as well filled out. Now, in all fairness, I hope that there are much fewer safety incidents like at Heritage Park than there are people needing suspension on occasion. So it makes, to a certain extent, sense that you have more policies and more thorough policies to deal with that. But I don't want just attention to expulsion, attention to suspension, attention to keeping control. For example, when students were going to walk out because of the safety issues recently, they got a lot of attention for that. Heck, you get a meeting with the principal of the school if you're threatening to walk out while there are news crews around. That happens. That's attention to something. But where are the firm policies? One of the parts of the process there was assess the risk or assess the situation. That's not a very clear policy to me. And I would like to see the same amount of attention that's being paid to suspending students and expelling students and to stopping students from leaving the school when there's a news crew on ground. And I'd like to see that same amount of attention paid to keeping them safe. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Carissa Cordero, followed by Luzana Kaku and Fabi Gupta.
Hello, my name is Carissa Cordero. I'm a product of the ABC district, and my two children attend CHS. The recent events at CHS and the way in which they were handled have not sat well with me, so I'm here to voice my concerns. According to Mr. Walker's letters to families sent on March 1st at 4 p.m., there was a shooting across the street from CHS on the 28th at 3 p.m. 3 p.m., that's just 15 minutes after school got out. I know that a lot of kids get picked up at Heritage Park, since I pick up my own kids there when they don't have after-school activities. On February 28th, both of my kids were still on campus during the shooting, yet the school wasn't locked down. These kids have been doing active shooter drills since elementary school, yet when there was an active shooter, business went on as usual. Principal Walker didn't send a notice home until 25 hours after the event. Why were my kids not protected, and why weren't families informed of the danger? I can understand there weren't concrete answers immediately, but something should have been said to the families. You all put out an email one day later. Meanwhile, on social media, social media was inundated with a mass of unvetted statements. On Friday, March 18th, students planned to walk out to exercise their First Amendment rights to a peaceful protest. They chose the shortest and safest route to the Civic Center. However, the school spent all day working against their efforts, and the kids weren't allowed to leave campus due to safety concerns. The Civic Center is the same location as the LASD substation. There were at least one school board member there and a council member for the city. Several news crews and parents were also at the Civic Center, but allowing the students to protest across the street was a safety concern. I think the thing CHS admin and the district were concerned about
3 minutes.
was not the student safety, but them getting their message out to the news reporters. There's a big difference between how the events on February 28th and March 18th were handled. Can you understand why people were upset and concerned? You all locked down students and violated their First Amendment rights on March 18th, yet you allowed kids to go on with their business when there's an active shooter just across the street. How does this make sense? What are your priorities? Is student safety or your reputation the first priority? Why aren't you doing more to communicate with families and students? There's been so much going on at CHS, but I'm hearing very little about mental health and wellness outreach. When the protesters spoke with Mr. Walker on March 18th, they asked for access to mental health professionals. He told the kids that they can make an appointment, but the mental health professionals are always booked. Please pay attention to our kids' needs. They need more mental health professionals. What are you spending your CARES COVID money on? These kids are in desperate need of help. What's your next move? I just want to use a little bit of my time to also say that teachers are working with our kids every day to educate and protect them. The teachers are on our side. The kids and teachers and the support staff went through a pandemic together. Teachers spend hours educating, worrying about, and protecting our kids. But they're also people, and they handle things differently, and they all have different personalities. But know that a majority of them are on our side. Actually, we're on the same side. They aren't the policymakers or facility managers or infrastructure professionals. They're educators. They educate our kids and get them ready for the next big step in life. The administration, school board, and the superintendent are the ones who seem to have dropped the ball on safety and mental health. We need to continue to hold them accountable and demand
1
answers
minute.
from the people who implement the policies, maintain the buildings, and hire the professionals our kids need. Please use some of that COVID money to help our kids. Please take this seriously. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Luzana Kaku, followed by Fabi Gupta and Viviana Martinez.
Hi, to Dr. Sue, to the board, to everybody gathered here. I'm a little short, evidently, so I'll bring that down. I'm a grandparent of two kids at Cerritos High School. Way back in the 90s, I was a parent of two kids at Cerritos High School. And if I was going to title what I want to say to you, I would say, the more things change, the more they stay the same. In 1996, back when dinosaurs sort of roamed the earth, my daughter was being groped daily by a boy in her science class. The teacher did nothing about it. I went to the principal and I said, "This is what's happening. I expect you to take care of it." And he said to me, "Are any other girls having the same problem?" I said, "I don't know. I'm here telling you my child is being manhandled in the science class." And he said, "Oh, well, nothing we could do about it unless there are two other girls that have the same complaint." So basically, he was telling me it took 3 girls to equal 1 boy's word. Fast forward to last week when I was watching the news, and I saw a young lady saying she had been groped at homecoming. But the school couldn't do anything about it because there were 2 boys standing behind her, and they didn't know which one it was. And my attitude, or my response was, they're both guilty. One did it, the other one's covering up. And both of those boys need to be educated that this is not appropriate, and you cannot touch people if they have not given you permission. If that young man had come up and hit her and drawn blood, I'm sure everyone here would be up in arms. But I guarantee you
3 minutes.
that wound with blood would have healed faster than the wound she's going to carry around now. It's psychological, it's emotional. You don't get over the fact that you have no control, and no one is backing her up. No one. In 25 years, I would have expected you to come up with a policy that tells boys they have to keep their hands to themselves, and if they don't, there are consequences. After 25 years, I am still shaking when I think about it. You people, all of you, need to realize this is bullying in its worst form. It's gender bullying. And these young men need to learn that this is not acceptable. And that young woman deserves an apology from those boys. I think that's about all I have to say, except I'm listening to parents. No one thinks this is easy. No one thinks the answers are easy. But our kids don't feel safe. They don't feel safe at homecoming. They don't feel safe in the classroom. They don't feel safe going to and from school. It's a complicated issue. It won't be settled unless everyone works together. But we really, really need to make this world a better place for our young people. They're the future. We need to make it safe for them. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Fabi Gupta, followed by Viviana Martinez and Ariana Gupta.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me? Good evening. The speech was written by a Cerritos High student that wishes to remain anonymous. The student states, "Good evening, board members. Within these past few weeks, we've seen violence like never before. More specifically, in Cerritos High School. Furthermore, the lack of training that staff members and administration have to deal with physical assaults, sexual assaults, harassment, and threats is becoming increasingly apparent. Therefore, the first point that I would like to bring up is a customer service from office members at the front offices. As a student, I'm uncomfortable asking for anything from the faculty in the office. However, when I must speak to the office personnel, I'm met with rudeness and disdain. Even when they speak to my parents, they're made to wait over 15 minutes before someone can give them eye contact or maybe assist them. The secretaries in the office need better training on how to deal with the people that they are hired to serve. Moving on, all faculty need further training on what a mandated reporter is and the task one has as a mandated reporter. For instance, in recent physical assault and sexual battery cases from the Cerritos High School, neither the parents nor the police nor the parents of the victims were notified. Instead, parents and guardians were told by their students that they were jumped in class or had an act of sexual battery committed against them during homecoming. This brings me to my next point in the lack of disciplinary policies in regards to kids from other schools that are allowed to attend Cerritos High School events. Why is it that a student from outside of Cerritos High School who assaults a Cerritos High student does not receive any disciplinary action? Should I, as a CHS student, fear for my safety going to my own school events? Because as we know, students from other schools can enter, simply do as they please, and no consequence.
3 minutes.
Overall, with recurring dangerous situations happening at Cerritos High, it's important for faculty to first be retrained on how to work with parents and students alike. Then all the teachers, school administration, and district members require more training and a better understanding on what a mandated reporter is and what one must do as a mandated reporter. Finally, the disciplinary policies in regards to outside guests coming onto Cerritos High campus must be revised and strengthened, perhaps even to the point of disallowing students from other schools to attend Cerritos High events, such as the dances. As these problems are taken into consideration and effective solutions are created, I predict students, like myself, will feel safer attending Cerritos High School. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, we have Viviana Martinez, followed by Ariana Gupta and Kirat Chahan.
Good evening, board members and all other attendees. I would like to ask you a question. What is a mandated reporter? What are the responsibilities of a mandated reporter? And what are the penalties if a reporter does not fulfill their responsibility? I did a little research. It became apparent to me that a reporter by law must report anything suspicious as far as neglect and abuse to children is concerned. That definition could be open for interpretation. But what if a child tells the reporter that he or she suffered abuse or misconduct? Is that still considered open for interpretation? The answer to that is an emphatic no. There is no interpretation needed and no common sense needed. But did that happen? Homecoming 2021. A battery was committed. No report was made. If that is the culture of Cerritos High, I wonder how many more reports should have been filed, but never were. How many boys and girls have gone through batteries, assaults, or abuse, but were never listened to? My heart goes out to all those kids that go on with their lives knowing full well that they're supposed to be trusted caretakers never cared. Why? The only answer I can come up with is that the district fears a tarnish on their name. Perhaps it is more important to them to portray that nothing wrong happens in ABC School District. When we became parents, teachers, or any take on any responsibility to take care of a child, we give our
3 minutes.
promise. We give our promise to God and society that we will do so with all of our integrity and to the best of our being. I'm sorry to say that the school has not kept up with their end of the deal. What I'm about to say may be hearsay to some, but it is truth to others, and the board must act and make meaningful changes. A girl was groped at the end of a school dance. She informed the staff, including the principal, Mr. Walker, and assistant principal, Ms. Maserati. The boys were pulled out of the lineup, yet the school failed to call proper authorities and the parents. Now I want you, the board members, to put your kids in this girl's place, and you are the parent, and what you would want to happen. How should the school administration be reprimanded? Let's help this girl. Restore her faith in us. Tell her better yet. Show her that she matters. I stand before you tonight and seek change, change in policies, change in safety, and change in communication. Our children are our future. Let's make them believe and restore their faith in us. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Ariana Gupta, followed by Kirit Chauhan and Jessica Reeve.
Good evening, board directors, parents, and students. I am here today to address the incidents that have taken place at Cerritos High School. First and foremost, we can agree that the events, specifically those that occurred during the past 4 weeks, are nothing short of horrible. We've had students on campus engaging in violence through fights on multiple occasions, and some going so far as to intentionally break into a classroom to beat up a student. That person is afraid to come back to school, as any reasonable person would be when the comfort of safety at your school is lost. The amount of violence over the past 4 weeks is unacceptable and has left some students, including myself, afraid that they could be in danger. So on behalf of Cerritos students, we urge you to take action. We need you to establish better communication that immediately reaches students, teachers, and parents as fast as possible, such as mass text messages. We need you to create more effective protocols for assaults, threats, and harassments through increased sexual violence and harassment training for all staff members. Most importantly, we need you to improve campus security by allocating resources towards hiring a resource officer at Cerritos High School. We urge you to take these ideas into consideration to ensure that Cerritos High School continues to thrive as we look beyond its 50th anniversary. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Kirit Chauhan, followed by Jessica Reeve and Joe Martins.
Good evening, President. You, Dr. Sue, board members, members of the community. The first day I became an assistant principal, there was a fight outside the school. It is a devastating way to start your career being in administration, but actions were taken to prevent it. Fights will happen on school, and just to give you a little data, I have a nephew who graduated in 1994 from Cerritos High School. He recalls 2 fights. One was pretty bad. My own son graduated. He saw about 3 or 4 fights during his entire stay. My daughter graduated. She witnessed 3 or 4 fights. One was in the band. The difference is those kids interacted. They prevented things from escalating. Their peers assisted in de-escalating the situation. I have known Mr. Walker for a long time. He is a good man who cares a lot about kids, but I also know we've had our disagreements. He holds a lot of information internally, both from the students, staff, parents. Perhaps that is his big fault. You know, sometimes there is a factor called frequency illusion. When you hear about incidences over and over again, it may reinforce exactly what you're looking for. The point is, without having the data, and yes, we saw some data, but you need to disaggregate that data from a school perspective. What we saw was very global data. I don't need to know it. But you as board members really need to dive deep into that data.
3 minutes.
In order to ascertain what is it that's driving some of this. Yes, it's COVID. Yes, it's students who are frustrated and students who are seeking thrills or whatever. But it's the data. More importantly than the data, I have sent a document which really references exactly what was in the presentation. And this is a small outline which I've given to Scott to give to you guys. And this is called a compliance tool for comprehensive school safety plan. It is a very simple tool to follow. And this tells you all the elements that need to be in that school safety plan. The plan is written and developed by School Site Council. By the way, this plan doesn't even have to come to you. But maybe that's why you are not aware of it. You need to look for it. One of the elements in that, the SSC may delegate the responsibility to a safety planning committee made up of principal, designee, teacher, parent, child who attends the school, classified employee, and others, if desired. Not if desired. They should be included. Not only should they be included, the community needs to be included. Why? Because we're the ones who vote you in. 2, we're the ones who pay for the bond. So we have no say-so in what happens in our community. If you go down this plan, you will see very great details about what is supposed to be included in this plan. Lockdown, secure school, active intruders. This is a very simple template to follow, but it is not easy to write. I have seen these plans. They are very lengthy. But if the plan doesn't exist, how can you execute plan? How can we say what they did was right or procedural? It is very important to have this plan.
1 minute.
The last minute I'm going to devote to the parent who was here last week. I and my colleagues were aghast to hear that parent speak. In loco parentis does not give anyone the right to withhold a parent from a student who's in the office. There is no law enforcement that is allowed to just to be with that child. Parent is sitting on a chair and the child is in another room. That parent should have been taken immediately to the child. It is very troubling to me. And I'll end with this. There's a person called John McWhorters. He's a social scientist and a linguist. Time to make relationships is before you need them. Build relationships with the community that exists over here. We care deeply about our schools and our students. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Jessica Reeve, followed by Joel Martins and Viviana Martinez.
Thank you. Obviously, I did not prepare any eloquent information to share, but I did come with some questions. I have 2 sons that are at Cerritos High School. One is, who is responsible? I know it's not the teachers, they haven't been trained, but who is responsible to break up the fights? I've seen the videos of the fights. It has caused stress to my children, who again were not comfortable going to school toward the end of last week. But I don't know who it is that would be responsible for breaking up the fight or fights. 2 is, I understand that somebody came onto campus because the gates were not working properly and functioning properly. Whose responsibility is it to make sure that those gates are working and functioning properly so that somebody from the outside that should not be coming onto campus cannot come onto campus? 3rd would be, I understand that there's a great plan. I appreciate you presenting it. I think maybe the teachers and faculty and staff may have practiced portions of it, but are our children aware of that? Have they been trained on how to respond in these different situations that they're going to be in? Or are they just expected to wait for a teacher to tell them what to do and they haven't had the opportunity? Because I know, when we were kids and we did the, duck and cover and getting under the table, it was a very different thing to practice it. But at least by practicing it, we had a little bit of muscle memory that this is what we're supposed to do, where when it is an emergency, we've practiced it a few times and we know where to go. Do the students know where to go? I know a fire drill, they know, you go line up over here. But if there's an active shooter, which is now possible, do they know what to do, where to go, and how to respond? Finally, I appreciate everything that you've said, particularly the president here who went to the meeting last week and heard us there. And I appreciate what you've put together, but it's really for me just about, are my children safe? And when I see a video that tells me, your children are safe, it hurts my trust. Okay, I probably had more trust with the things going on and thinking that, maybe the school doesn't know how to keep them safe exactly or whatever, until I saw that. And that's when I chose to keep my children home, was when I was told that they were guaranteed to be safe
3
at
minutes.
school. I knew I couldn't, nobody can guarantee my kids are safe at school. You know, Principal Stoffers never guaranteed me that my children were safe at school, going to come back perfect. She promised me that they were going to do everything that they could, that they had practice, that they had procedures in place, and I trusted her. But when I'm told that I'm guaranteed that my child is safe at school with what's going on, that's where I lose my trust. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Joe Martins, followed by Viviana Martinez and Serena Yuan.
Thank you, Dr. Su, President Su Yu, honorable board members, students, parents, and everyone else who are present tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to everyone. As an alumnus of Cerritos High School, I personally know how great Cerritos High School was. I have a student at Cerritos High School, and I want it to get back to the greatness that it was at one time. I am vested in ABC schools. I have dedicated a lot of time to make sure that all of the schools that my children attended thrived. But unfortunately, I'm here tonight because I now see an issue. I have spoken not only to other parents, but I have spoken to students, teachers, city council members, the board members, members of the large community, city employees, friends, neighbors, and others. And there's one common thread about all of them, and they all agree that that common thread is a problem with the way things are being handled at Cerritos High School. I don't know what's happening at the other schools because I'm not there, so I'm here speaking specifically about Cerritos High School. Maybe it's not fair for me to speak out about what's going on unless I had walked in the parents' shoes whose child was shot at or assaulted while sitting at a desk at a classroom at Cerritos High School, where a student that was not a Cerritos High School student was allowed to come onto campus through a non-working emergency door. Or maybe it's that parent that fears that they'll become a victim of a violent fight recently, as they have been happening on an almost daily basis at Cerritos High School. Or is it that that's parent that has a child that was sexually assaulted at a school dance? Or maybe it just needs to be that parent of a student that knows that their child was involved in having sex on school grounds, or
3
drugs being
minutes.
sold openly, or just a Cal Ed code that was being violated by a teacher, and nothing was done by the administration. And after 2 months, with no response from the administration, to call the school and to be told that it was that student's fault for not having responded earlier. It's sad as a parent that we don't know which of these cases are true, or to what extent they are true, or that they were just spread through social media erroneously. But it saddens me to say that most of these cases are true. It's nice to have a plan on paper. It's another thing to actually have that plan be effective and be followed. It's not being followed at Cerritos High School. Where is the Cerritos High School administration tonight? All of these parents came out because of the issues that are going on at Cerritos High School, and the administration knows it, and they don't have the decency to be here to face their parents. Tragedy, shameful. They need to know that this is not acceptable. Things are happening on our campus that are horrific. Trying to sweep things under the rug in hopes that they go away is not going to fix the situation. The way the administration has dealt with these occurrences is appalling. At the last school board meeting, Dr. Rio said that they are hearing, that the board is hearing and seeing behaviors that are intense and, in her opinion, are beyond the scope of the school. And I agree. If the school does not have the means to properly deal with these issues, then the school district and the school board needs to step it up. For those parents that have kept their children at home for the past 3 to 5 days, according to some accounts, half of the campus, they need to be able to come to a meeting or address an administrator and not feel that they're going to be threatened or that there are going to be repercussions either to themselves or to their student. And a lot of parents feel that way right now. That's the way we are dealt with at Cerritos High School. We need new solutions now. What are the solutions? More security on campus, better security cameras, trained observers, active shooter drills, which has not been performed at Cerritos High School, as from what I understand. I don't know what the solution is. I don't think any of us know what the solution is, but we have to work together to reach those solutions. Our children are the most important thing in the world. Every parent here knows that there are levels of love, and the love of a parent to a child is paramount, is the pinnacle. There is no other love like it.
Time.
Thank you for your time.
Madam President, we have approached the hour.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out to share your concerns. You want to take a 5-minute? Okay. We will take 5-minute break and resume. more public comments, so I would appreciate it if everyone sits down.
Please take your seats.
Hello, everyone. We will resume the meeting. Thank you very much. Would everyone please take your seat? We will resume with public comments.
I'd like to make a motion to extend our public comment. Can I make a motion?
Sure, go ahead.
7 more? So can I make a motion to extend the public comment so we can hear the 7 more? Okay. Okay, all right. Well, technically, we're at the limit, right?
So we'll extend it later.
She's keeping it going.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're continuing with our public comments. Dr. Eugenio?
But technically, we have 1 hour for public comment.
Next speaker, we have Serena Yuan, followed by Julia Mancayo and Sylvester Ani.
Good evening, President Sue Yu, Dr. Sue, the board of ABC School Board, and cabinet and audience. Thank you for holding this meeting. This is exactly what we need. My name is Serena Yuan, and I'm the president of Cerritos High Education Foundation, a newly established organization this school year. And with me in the audience are members of our board. My theme and my thought tonight, as sad as it is how do we turn this, and every challenge comes with opportunities. Let's use this opportunity, let's rebuild our school and the confidence in our school, and that's what I want to talk about. Because the recent events that relate to students and campus safety has been very difficult for many of us to process what is happening. And depending on where our students and families are, we are impacted differently. Some are hurt, some are angry, some are sad. I'm very, very sad because I love our school. I love our school. And many, many of us here, because we care, many of us cried. We couldn't sleep at night. We're trying to process, what are we going to do? And that's why we're here today. And thank you for allowing us this opportunity to be here today, because we also want to help. It's heartbreaking with the challenge that presents itself in the backdrop as we try to rebuild our school on the wreckage of 2-year pandemic and setback. And the situation does reflect the tremendous challenges and struggles of the last 2 years of many of our students, their development and their delay. We know our teachers and all of us worked very, very hard, and they're exhausted. We have family members and good friends who work in that field. And our families are equally challenged because of the hardship many of our families go through. In addition, as a district and as schools, we haven't been able to connect with each other like the way we used to be, to have international festivals, to have leadership conferences, to have open house and back to school nights in person, to find the teachers and talk to the teachers or the principals in person about our challenges and our grievances. And the violence in the fields and the violence and fear in our school, they're not isolated, and we're seeing there in other places. And as I talked to my friends, I said, I'm surprised we just saw it now. And we believe this could be the tip of the iceberg of bigger problems underneath. And maybe that's why so many of us are concerned and so sad. Daisy wanted to come and talk to me, and I said, I'm sorry, I can't even smile. I'm just very, very sad. Some are expressing themselves more strongly than others. Our families are worried. We're all worried. But what are we going to do? Are we going to point fingers? Find a scapegoat? Whose fault is it? How do we solve these problems, and what are the problems? And who are going to own these problems? what we want to propose is let's face our problems and challenges as a community, and let's be frank about it. Let's be a good example on how to best work together productively, and let's try to figure out how to find measurable results backed by dedicated resources. This is our opportunity to rebuild our school as we come back from the wreckage of a pandemic. Let's support our school and our staff, and let us help. We want to help. Let's take the time, resources, and dedication. Let's be kind, be strong, and be dedicated to find a solution together. Let's rebuild our school. Thank you, and thank you all for your love and support.
Next speaker, we have Julia Moncayo, followed by Sylvester Ani and Lucy.
Good evening, everyone. Listening to our parents this evening breaks my heart, as our children are hurting and parents are worried. Don't throw policies at us to keep us busy and say, look, we have all of these policies in place. You say that you want to be transparent, that admit that you have flaws, and tell us in specific details what you're going to do and how you're going to address your dysfunctional policies. I feel duped. We moved to the Cerritos High School zone and are paying a pretty penny for my child to be attacked in the classroom. I believed the ratings, but I see now how you gain these ratings. You're hurting children. Maybe not directly, but with your inaction and with your dysfunctional policies. I don't care that Walker, Maserati, or the rest of the administration attend school functions. They should stay at work, and they should fix these dysfunctional policies. The lengthy presentation detracts from the issue, which is, what is the board and the district going to do to assess the dysfunction? And how is it going to be addressed? See, I had to rewrite my speech because throwing that presentation at us to keep us busy, but that's okay. Why does it take a protest and media attention for you to share this presentation with us? Why does it take that? That garnered a Google form from Principal Walker to get information from students. And they had to share their names, which meant that you probably weren't going to get accurate data. That seemed just like, a ploy that morning, something really quick to get them to,
3 minutes.
to pacify them so that they, maybe they won't want to walk out. Again, you're reacting instead of being proactive. The bullying procedures that you listed, they're still bullying. And I know this because I shared this with the assistant principal, and all she said was, well, unless you have names, I really can't do anything about it. But we all know that if we name the bullies, then it only gets worse for the kids that are being bullied. Okay? So her callous just, well, if you don't have any names, then there's not much I can do. What does that tell the victim? Why do I need to request a callback from administration to get one? These procedures were in place before the attacks, and yet they happened. Why should we trust you with our children? That's what we want to know. At least that's what I want to know. If this was your child, what would you expect to be done? Treat our children as if they were yours. What are you going to do to earn our trust? You need to find out if these procedures work, which they don't, and so you need to identify the issues. What was the issue? Were they not followed? Was protocol not followed? Or do they not work? Either way, neither of these are okay. Neither are acceptable. The mention of cameras being added. Is someone going to be watching the cameras at all time? Because if somebody's not going to be watching the cameras, what good are they? How are they going to help at that moment? After the fact, okay, maybe it can help identify, but we need someone to be watching them. Has this presentation been shared before? Is it available in Spanish? Si yo les hablo en español, ¿me van a entender? ¿Cuáles de ustedes me van a entender? So that's another barrier, right? If I speak to you in Spanish, are you going to understand?
1 minute.
That is another way that you're keeping families away. You're keeping them from being part of the educational decisions of their children. How are you going to earn our trust? Stop adding hurdles. Stop making it difficult. I'm sorry, this is still really hard. It seems like there's more supports for assailants than for the actual victims. Students are committing heinous acts, and it seems that you are afraid to actually punish the assailants. So what are you going to do to earn our trust? Why should we keep our kids in these schools?
Next speaker, we have Sylvester Ani, followed by Lucy and Daisy Lagasca.
Good afternoon, board. A lot of people in the room right now. It reminds me of something that my auntie used to tell me. Her sister passed recently, and I went to go see her. And she said, "Oh, I'm so happy that you're here, but why do you only come around when somebody dies?" And I'm looking at, I'm hoping that the next time or down the line when we come together, it's for good things, right? Because we're being proactive about things, and it's not in reaction to something. And when things happen, it's easy to point the finger. It's easy. That's the first thing we want to do is whose fault it is, right? It's a lot harder to point to someone in terms of like, can I count on you? And the place that I know the parents are coming from the place that the students are coming from is who can we count on? We all need to be able to count on each other because, and I spoke with the sheriff about it at the safety meeting, and he said the same thing too. If we're talking about putting sheriffs on campus and things, that's reactionary. That's after the point. That's the conversation we're happening now. But if we're talking about preventing what's going on, it takes a village. That's how you raise children. It takes a village. And it was really disheartening to me. And it kind of hurt my heart when I heard the first student come up and he said that it's nothing that we can really do. The kids that are doing what they're doing, they're just going to do what they're going to do. And that hurts because that means that we're failing and that we need to be better. So I apologize, and we are going to be better because we have to be for y'all. Y'all deserve better, so we are going to be better. But the thing that stood out to me of what that student said was that he started talking about the culture. And that's something that I believe that we can do something about. And me personally, I went to Kennedy Elementary. After Kennedy Elementary, I went to Fay Ross Middle School. I know they changed the name. I went to Fay Ross Middle School. I went to Cerritos High School after that. I even went to Tracy after that. ABC is a pipeline.
3 minutes.
So when we're talking about building the culture, we're not just talking about high school. We're talking about elementary and how we're talking to the kids and how we're teaching them in terms of how they're supposed to treat each other. So it's not just, again, reactionary towards the end, but then all throughout the process, are we making the investments that we need to make? Something else that got pointed out when a parent was talking, Carissa, she was talking about how students afterwards wanted to talk to mental health professionals, but they were overbooked. And I know it's something that we've had conversations about in terms of mental health professionals leaving the district because of pay. That's something that an infrastructure issue that we also have to address is it's not just about giving people pay raises because they deserve pay raises, but it's an investment not only in the staff that provides the services, but an investment into the children because then they have the support that they need to cope with life. And when we're talking about the children who are doing these things, because I don't believe that we should just give up on them, what can we do better to meet them where they're at? My mama always used to tell me that idle hands are the devil's playthings. And if kids are engaging in this behavior, the first thing that comes to my mind is whatever's going on in their life right now, it's not keeping them engaged. What can we do? What kind of programs? I know we used to have a lot of home economic type of programs vocational skill training programs that could keep people's attention. We've also talked about at these meetings CTE educators. A lot of the programs that they're bringing forward, that they're introducing students to, address what's going on in kids' lives today. It creates a pathway for those kids. If we invest more in them, does that have a trickle-down effect on our children? All these things start to add up and compound, and when we talk about the issues, whether it's sexual misconduct, whether it's
1 minute.
whether it's drugs, whether it's fighting, whether assaults, whether it's shootings, all of these issues are compounding issues that don't just happen in a vacuum. So the challenge for us tonight is to really build community and to be able to point to someone instead of blaming somebody, is saying, can I count on you? And let's come together and let's really come up with a solution and make those investments that are not only going to pay off today, but are going to pay off down the road, because building culture isn't something that happens overnight, but it's something that we'll get closer to that point if we start today. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Lucy, followed by Daisy Lagaska and Linda Johnson.
Good evening, everybody. I don't know where to start. I am so disappointed at what's going on in the school, how it's been handled, that nothing has been done. My daughter texts me, which I'm not going to mention her name. She texted me a couple weeks back. I was at work. She put in her text message, "Oh my God. Oh my God." There's a threat that there's going to be a shootout in the park. I was at work. I didn't know how to run out of that office, where to go, who to call first, my husband or her, or the school. I had chills in my body. I'm going to read to you an email. Well, it's a please comment on safety and concerns that Mr. Walker sent to the students. This is what she wrote. Students from other high schools are entering the school. Gun violence is a major issue. No student should have to wake up in the morning thinking, I don't know what's going to happen to me today. Better security in both gates, if possible, and necessary to check students' bags before they enter campus. She wanted me to say this to you guys. Cerritos High School was a dream high school. I worked very
3
hard
minutes.
to get there. It is disappointing to see them have this title. A child should feel safe at school. Not one child should be worried if they are gonna make it back home safely. I'm very disappointed because this is not what I work hard for. My high school years should be memorable, not a disaster. I wanna feel safe with my friends, and I wanna trust the school and district that they'll make the right decision. Because as right now, they don't care about their students, they're not showing it. Do something, put security. Security who actually care about their kids' safety. Overall, believe the district and the school really need to step up and tell the students exactly what's happening. My daughter told me that the school is keeping it shush, and the district as well. There's kids that are entering the campus from other schools, and they're creating violence. My daughter was in the middle of a fight that broke out. She dunked down and covered her head, and she yelled to stop because she was gonna get hit. do something about it. Our kids are in your hands. When I go to work in the morning, I want to be sure that my daughter is safe in that school. COVID was so hard for them. Don't make the last years that she
1
has in
minute.
that school, make it memorable. I don't want to bury my daughter.
Next speaker, we have Daisy Lagasca, followed by Linda Johnson and Scott Thering.
School board, good evening, the neighbors and the staff. I agree with this, with one parent when she said the staff presentations are cute. None of the parents even clap. And look at this, all the parents who are talking, the audience are clapping. That's embarrassment. Your presentations are just cute and useless. Few days ago, there's a walkout in Cerritos High School. The administration did not support the students. They did not give them the opportunity to speak up or voice their opinions. I just wish as Cerritos High representative are here, and I can tell them that they should be proud of their students for having that stand to speak. Because these students are concerned of the school safety. It's not just for them, but for the whole administration, whole staff, and also for including the principal safety. Last time I spoke, I mentioned about mandated reporting, and it's very serious matter that the school, the ABCUSD are not doing their job. They are not taking it seriously. I don't know what will going to make them report because they are not doing it.
3
Our
minutes.
superintendent, I used to admire her because she was awardee, the most outstanding superintendent in the district in California, and I'm so proud of our school. After that, there is this mom from a middle school crying, and that was the point when I was so disappointed, disgusted of the superintendent because she did not do anything to help that kid and that mom. And then this pandemic, I was listening with the Zoom meeting with the school board, and there are Cerritos High School who are talking about their experiences about bullying, about assaults, and I wonder if the school did something to help these kids. Because it's still like it's all under the rug, unfortunately. I think the students who are the victims are even more victimized because they don't receive any help from the school. And yet they are helping these criminals or this, I'm sorry, I don't know how to term it, these bad guys, bad students. The superintendent, I
1
heard
minute.
the paycheck is even more the governor. And if us are awarded, multi-awardee, superintendent, she should be, you know, like deserving. But the thing is, you know, recently there is these 2 assistant principals who were prosecuted because they failed to report this crime, this assault that was done in the school. I wonder, when are we going to have that? It's enough to cover up. You guys are just so conscious about, you know, we have this zero suspension, zero whatever in the school. We have to clean the school. That rug under the school principal or the ABC superintendent or wherever, those rugs needs to be cleaned because it's already too much dirt in it, and we don't have to wait for a death of a student or a staff before we have to do something again. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Linda Johnson, followed by Scott Thiering.
Good evening. I'm Linda Johnson. I'm a community member as well as the field deputy to Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva. I'd like to thank this board for holding this special meeting tonight for our community. I'd also like to thank our Cerritos Sheriff's Captain Min Din, and also our public safety manager for the city of Cerritos, Daryl Evans, for supporting our parents here tonight. I'd like to also thank the parents in attendance, and most especially I want to thank the parents that came here and spoke before the board. Tonight I've heard both sincere frustrations and practical suggestions. I'd like for you to know that I will pass what I've heard tonight along to our LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva and share with him what I've heard, and I'm sure that he will be providing resources to also support our Captain Min Din. As a resident, I am committed to working with our stakeholders to keeping our community safe for our kids and for our residents. Thank you.
Last in-person speaker, we have Scott Thiering.
Thank you, Board, for giving us the opportunity to speak here. I wrote a bunch of notes throughout the evening and kept crossing things out and changing them as other parents said a lot of the things that I kind of wanted to say. And so I've kind of reduced what I have here to what I think hasn't been addressed terribly much. And it's a little disjointed because it's not the prepared speech. But a couple things are on the transparency and some frustrations that I think we had as parents on that. And one was, for example, last week on Tuesday, the board was notified of this threat, and it basically took 12 hours for that notification to come out to the parents. And in school, it already started, a zero period had already started by that time, and it was only like 15 or 20 minutes before the rest of the time. And so from my perspective, that appears to me that some lawyer said there's not enough millions of dollars in the school district to pay for the lawsuits if anything goes bad. You better cover your butt and let the parents know so that you can tell them as a CYA that you were notified. And instead of actually caring about telling us ahead of time and so we could prepare and make informed decisions, it was a last-minute thing. Along those lines, on the transparency side, we were informed that none of these were, all the incidents were unrelated. From what I've heard from various students is that's not true, that the incident on the Friday, was a direct result of the fight that had taken place on Thursday, and that they went after the student in the classroom because he had posted something on social media. So it appears to me that that's a lie, that they're unrelated, and so we're being misinformed as parents. Third, with respect to the emergency exits, apparently they were defective. I don't know how long they were
3 minutes.
That they were defective, but I was also, according to the rumors, we don't know how much of these are true because there's no transparency, but one of the rumors is that an accomplice helped them get in. a student there actually helped them come in. What are the ramifications for that? Because whatever happened in that classroom in the fourth period is a direct result of that accomplice occurring. And so that student should have everything. He is just as guilty as the people that participated in the beating. Number 4, the impact to the students. This is having an absolutely detrimental effect to their students' ability to learn. Everyone's here on the board and on this table are saying teaching and learning is the crux of what we're trying to do at the school, and yet that's what's being compromised right here by the inability of this board and these administrators to accomplish what we all are trying to get done. It's causing an increase in their stress, decrease in their learning, and a massive decrease in their opinion of their own schools. Everyone's going around, I didn't realize that we go to a ghetto school, but I guess we do. Is that acceptable? Seriously, the students are calling their own school a ghetto, where 6 months ago they didn't feel that way about their school. So the students shouldn't have to put up with this kind of behavior. If the policies are ineffective, change the policies. If the administrators are ineffective, change the administrators. And if the board is ineffective, there's an election. We have to change the board. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir. I'll take it. Jay Grace, next speaker.
Hi, good evening. I just want to first say, to be clear, to clear the air, likable isn't the same as responsible. People can be likable, but they can act or inact in responsible ways. Now, it's nice that this special meeting was called, but the problem looks all too familiar, like we've seen this bad movie before. I'm afraid when the meeting ends, we'll all go home, days will turn into weeks, nothing will be fixed, and new problems will be replaced and further defer solutions from problems that never were resolved. History tends to repeat itself. Students report the problems, nothing happens. Parents then attend board meetings, the board listens, makes a few comments afterwards. Parents feel good, go home, nothing changes. Now, a lot of times the board members use the Brown Act as an excuse that they can't communicate back and forth with parents. But as a board, you've come to use the Brown Act as something to hide behind and not to have productive dialogue. You've invoked it as a reason that you can't talk or respond, that you can't participate on social media, as other office holders throughout the entire state of California do. Please don't tell us that the safety and lives of the children is your number one priority if you're not willing to have a two-way dialogue and you just use it where parents come and vent and then we all go home. It's become your shield from reality. It's your earplugs from listening to the cries of help from the kids. It's your protector from solving the big problems. It's your excuse for not having productive two-way dialogue. It's the crutch you lean on when you're over your head and unwilling to act. It's your snooze button that you keep hitting until parents go away and a new problem enters the cycle. Unfortunately, the children, the teachers, the school staff, they don't have a Brown Act to hide behind.
3
keep
minutes.
the doors working properly. They don't have a Brown Act to hide behind to keep from getting hit from swinging fists or from bullets. No Brown Act to provide comfort to the sexual assault victims. No Brown Act for students to restart their days that they go to school afraid or come home from violent days at campus. The girl that was mentioned in the video, ladies, you were once high school not long ago. Imagine if that was you and that happened to you. Put yourself in that girl's shoes. Now put yourself in that girl's shoes and the lack of response. How do you feel? Guys, like myself, your girl dads. What if this was your girl? Who's going to hold you back? put yourself in the shoes when you do this policy to fix it, starting not tonight actually, not Monday, not 2 weeks from now, not after some long, drawn-out study. But put yourself back in high school and think about your girl in high school. Stop saying that you're going to do better and act responsibly. Start this evening. Do you sincerely want to gain the parents' trust and show that you're serious about safety? Again, it's not about likable, it's about being responsible. And if you do, place the principal on administrative leave and conduct a full investigation into why the emergency doors were broke. I was told that they were broke, and even when the safety meeting was held, the president of the board here told me that they weren't fully fixed yet. And the next day, parents were saying that there was a coach that was sitting at the doors because they weren't fixed. So why did the door to get that out? How long has the door not even been fixed? We passed this $258 million bond, and the big issue was it's about safety, it's about hardening the target. It's about hardening the target. Well, the target wasn't hardened, and how much does it cost to fix a door?
1 minute.
Find out why no one called when that young girl reported what happened to her, why nobody reported to the sheriff. And when the report's in and the investigation's done, take immediate action on it. Don't sit on it. Thank you.
We do have some public comments online. The first one would be Sanjay Khanna. Sanjay, go ahead and unmute.
President, I'd like to remind you our board meeting usually will be end at 10:30, and by law we can extend to 1 hour, so which means 11:30. We need the consent from our board here.
Sure. Do we have a consensus? Yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sanjay, go ahead.
Okay, hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I'm Sanjay. I'm a parent of someone in Cerritos High School, and I just wanted to say that what we are doing, we need to change our focus. I mean, we've gone through a lot. So as the presenters explained, can you hear me all right?
We can.
Okay, so as the presenters explained, the pandemic has had significant impact on both adults and children. As a parent and an adult, I would like to say that we need to take responsibility for the impact of our actions and for those whom we have elected upon the children who did not have a say in the decisions during the pandemic. Since we did not adequately address mental health issues during the pandemic, the presentation has showed that many more mental health activities were handled after schools reopened, when the students had already suffered significantly during the pandemic. This is a reflection of the failures of adults, me, school officials, elected officials, all of us. The presentation went into great detail for what is done after an incident. This is called reactionary. There was little detail provided for what is done before an incident. This is called prevention or proactive actions. We are spending all of our time being reactive rather than proactive. What example are we setting for our children? I beg us to reconsider and change our attitude. What if we had 5 students from every classroom go through basic mental health assessment and conflict management techniques? At the end of the assessment, counselor should evaluate whether the student needs further treatment. If not, the counselor should ask the student whether any other student in the class could benefit from this training. Any students identified for the benefit should be prioritized to receive basic assessment and conflict management techniques. Once this is done, all students should go through this same training, because all students were forced to go through the pandemic restrictions due to decisions made outside their control. I beg us to consider that we increase our proactiveness and not focus 95% on reactive and 5% on proactive. I beg you to join me by setting an example for our children that we place an importance on being proactive by being proactive in our actions and our discussions. I agree that we need to discuss how to react to various situations. But can we spend at least 50% of the time discussing how to be proactive and set the right example for our children? It's really great that we have all these programs, but did these detection mechanisms identify the students involved to be at risk before the incidents under question? What did these professionals do to address the detected issues before the incidents under question? I don't want violent incidents, but if we only focus on reactive actions, we are teaching our kids to be reactive, and we are setting the example for their actions. In our comments, including my own and our presentations, let us focus on being proactive to prevent these incidents in addition to being reactive. Our kids don't feel safe because we focus on being reactive rather than proactive. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jonathan Watanabe.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Watanabe. I'm a teacher and coach at Cerritos High School. I'm also a former student. Altogether, I've been at Cerritos High School for the past 30 years. Over the past few weeks, we have had some very concerning events take place on and near our campus. I first want to point out that these events do not reflect the majority of our students or the school as a whole. The students in my classes have been great. The players on my teams have been exceptional, and the overall feel on campus has been the same. All that being said, these issues are serious issues that need to be addressed. Even if the issues are being created by a small segment of our student population, they are still affecting us all. I am here to address two areas upon which I believe we can improve to help maintain the safety of the students and staff throughout the schools in our district. First, communication. We need better communication between the district, the school, the staff, the parents, and the students. In regard to the school threat on Wednesday, March 16th, 2022, why was the school not notified until the following morning if the information was available the night before? Law enforcement and the school should have been notified immediately to see if the threat was credible and give ample time to notify parents, students, and staff. In order for the school to take appropriate actions to keep its students and staff safe, it needs to know this information as soon as possible. In the future, information dealing with school safety should be relayed to the school involved immediately. I think it would be beneficial for the district to set up a district hotline or message center to report any issues of concern, so issues like these may be dealt with as quickly and safely as possible. Number two, student accountability. We need to hold students accountable for their actions. I understand the rationale behind showing students compassion and grace during these unprecedented times. For many students, this has been needed. We are all dealing with various different circumstances. However, there are some students who have taken advantage of the situation. They have been given passing grades when they did not earn them. They have received slaps on the wrists for offenses deserving suspensions or expulsions. These high pass rates and low suspension and expulsion rates may make the district look good from the outside.
3 minutes.
They have deteriorated our schools and the standards we have established for our students. The time has come to reestablish the high standards we previously held for our students. The students in our district are amazing, but they need structure. They need to know what is right and what is wrong. In education, our goal is to help prepare our students for life outside of the classroom. Outside of the classroom, there are rules and there are consequences. There are standards that need to be met. We need to hold our students accountable for their actions now so they will learn these valuable life lessons before they leave our classrooms and head out into the real world. Thank you for your time and allowing me to share my concerns.
Thank you. The next speaker is David S. David, go ahead.
Hello.
We can hear you.
All right. Thank you. Evening, members of the board. My name is David Saar. I am a Cerritos High School student, and I am also a student volunteer that works in the Cerritos High School cafeteria speed lines. I also like to mention that I am a student that meets with a mental health professional for personal reason, and I am also one of the students whom participated within the walkout protests last Friday. I'd like to share some things that happened on that day to listeners. As many people know, us students have planned a walkout on last Friday in response to the many actions and cases that has been happening surrounding the school environment. As many students showed up with signs that day and walked out of their classes at noon. During that day, we were greeted to many Cerritos High School administrators and teachers in the quads watching our actions and making sure we didn't escape campus, which we were not allowed to walk off due to safety concerns. Though we were allowed to protest within the quad and sorry, going over my notes. And we protested around the quad, walking around campus and spreading our message, which I like to share. Enough is enough. It could have been us. This is our message, stating that we are all students and all these students. And within all these cases, students have been targeted, harassed, jumped, and attacked during classes, inside and outside school grounds, whether or not these are rumors or not.
3 minutes.
During that day, we were only a group of 20 people, and many of whom have fled because we were, I'll say, threatened for receiving a cut for that day. Well, what have I been doing outside of that walkout day? I've been talking with teachers, students, parents about the many cases, such as the fights, the heritage gun situation, the different sexual harassment cases within school grounds, and the amounts of stealing that I have seen personally within our school. My main concern is the different communication between the school administrators in the district, between parents and students, and even teachers. As many people have noticed, this communication isn't as fast and speedy as it needs to be. And as a member of the student body, I believe that it should include students as well. As for the Wednesday situation, most students did not receive any information about that day, and many were left worrying about what was happening. As for in response for the slides presentations, as which we were shown earlier in the meeting, I believe that all this due process and information, though I do highly understand it, I believe it seems a bit tedious in that this may leave reports and investigation to go on for months without any updates. Though there is some good in it. Within the last couple of weeks, there has been more SIAs and campus security around the Cerritos campus, which I believe gives us a great representation. And there has also been a student safety survey that's been sent out to us students via email. Though I'd like to address some concerns of the non-existent lockdowns that we have not seen within schools during troubling times. The lack of safety drills, such as shooter drills within the school, the lack of security cameras and safety within school, and most importantly, the lack of information between the district, school administrators, and teachers and students. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is a phone ending in 555. Go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, this is Ed Young. First of all, thank you, board members, for this meeting. The staff presentation in the beginning was helpful and informative, so thank you for that. But let's go beyond just talks. I think things might look good on paper, but what's really happening on the ground? Let's look at what's happening at Cerritos High School, as we all have been talking about. So it looks like we have a breakdown in implementation. And there's very little discussion about what happens when a school administrator fails to implement our safety plans. So as parents, we are frustrated, especially because there are repeated failures at Cerritos High School. Failures to take action in a timely manner, if any action at all, and failure to communicate to the families. So for example, the shooting at Heritage Park. So the parents were notified that a firearm was discharged at the park. Well, I think that's a failure in communication because that doesn't really convey what's really happened. So why can't the school be more informative? So you don't have to disclose sensitive information, but you can at least say that a student fired a gun at another student right outside the school or something to that effect. So what do we really want? I think one of the things that we do want is accountability. I think rather than just talking about disciplining students, we also need to talk about perhaps disciplining administrators who maybe have failed at implementation.
3 minutes.
Mr. Young, are you there?
That's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Dr. Chris Apodaca.
Hello, thank you.
Thank
I just
you.
wanted to call in and let you know that I have been listening since the beginning of open session. However, due to parliamentary rules, the address I would have dialed in from was not posted with the agenda, and as a result, I was not legally able to participate in the discussion tonight. So I'm calling in during the public comment section just to say that I am listening to you, and I'm not physically able to be there. What I would like to say is I noticed that there are no board reports agendized, and I think that this, sends a very powerful message to the community for the simple reason that President Yu, in my opinion, agendized this that way so that the board can sit and listen. And I do appreciate the fact that before the break, she said, okay, we're going to continue. After the break, we'll continue with public comments and to have this wide open forum. And, I am surprised at some of the things that I'm hearing from the public, not with regards to Cerritos High School, not with regards to any type of policy, et cetera, but rather, comments that from folks that I haven't heard or seen in quite some time, attacking board members. And, it's difficult until you are a board member to really understand the inner workings and the intricacies of being a board member. That said, we all know what we signed up for, and we will still continue to welcome public comments. I'm glad that they kept the 5-minute rule, and I would say that there isn't one board member sitting there right now, or where I'm sitting now, that wouldn't sit and speak to any member of the public. Those that agree with us, those that disagree with us, those who simply don't know where else to turn. And in this case, especially from what I'm hearing from parents, is we don't know where to turn. We've come to an impasse trying to go through what we thought were normal channels. We thought we could approach this person or that person. Well, at the end of the day, remember that board members are elected by you, the people. And, you ultimately are our bosses. And so, of course, while coming to a board meeting is helpful, you only get 5 minutes versus I'm fairly positive that every board member here, including myself, will sit and speak to you for longer than 5 minutes. And it's an opportunity for you, the public, to engage in your local government and to really have your voice heard. And so, while we all have our disagreements on how to handle things, I've yet to have or hear any board member say, I will never meet with that person. I will never speak to that person. That person scares me or intimidates me. So feel comfortable, not just in a public forum, but you probably feel more comfortable talking to us directly. And so I wanted to let you know that I'm here, I'm listening. Unfortunately, we are a country of laws. We have the rule of law, and we do, as a district, have to abide to the best of our ability by those laws. But I will say that everyone who is present here tonight is actively listening. So I wanted to thank my colleagues on the board, and I apologize that my address was not posted sooner. Work obligations being what they are, and the labor force shortage being what it is. This meeting was not able to be accommodated by my schedule because it was just too short notice for me. So I did want to let parents know that we're hearing you. As always, I'm available, as well as the rest of the board. So that's all I have. Thank you. I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm not there in person, but I'm definitely there from a distance. So thank you very much, Madam President, for the accommodation, as well as my colleagues. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, that concludes online public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to open the floor for board members to ask questions and make comments. Let's make it not too long. Yeah, go ahead. We start with Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. All truth passes through 3 stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident. The truth of Cerritos High School is now self-evident. For the past month, and arguably longer, Cerritos High School has not been what we would call, quote, a safe place. I'm a proponent of the psychological theory known as Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which states, in order for an individual to flourish, they must feel safe. Safety is a foundation which other needs are built upon. If our students do not feel safe, they cannot flourish academically or athletically. In order to instill safety, Cerritos High School needs a culture of discipline. Adding more policies to compensate for incompetence and lack of discipline will not solve the problem at Cerritos High School. We need the right people in place. This starts with disciplined people at the top. In collegiate sports and professional sports, when a team undergoes consecutive or continuous losing seasons, transitions and changes are made. The head coach and coaching staff are revamped to bring order, discipline, and cultural change to a team in disarray. Only disciplined leaders are capable of creating a culture of discipline within their team or school. On behalf of many past, present, and future parents of Cerritos High School, I believe we should consider a transition of new leadership at Cerritos High School before we reach a point of no return. Thank you, Madam President. That's all I have. May God bless you all and keep you well.
Next we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. So I heard many good comments. I don't have any special speech or anything. I didn't prepare anything like that. But I noticed that we don't have any specific action item here, so I was wondering if we could propose something related to that to be proactive for some of this. There was a statement that there is no mental health supports, or at least there is mental health supports, but that it takes a week to get an appointment. Is there any verification of that? Okay, so the previous board meeting I had requested in general that the superintendent or the staff could provide extra traumatic mental health supports. So I'm just kind of wondering.
We have actually beefed up our support at Cerritos High School to include resources from some of our other schools to best accommodate them at this time. We are currently looking at flying more positions, as well as working with an agency to contract additional positions to help support our schools in light of the fact that there's a lot of things going on in our community right now.
Understood. But if we take it from one school, I think we have issues at all of our schools, I believe.
Yes, and we have
Excuse me, audience.
we have our
Audience, please.
interns working and supporting our schools as well. We've sent out some of our district staff out to support as well. So we have increased the support at Cerritos High School.
Are they specifically trained for the traumatic type of experiences that we've had here?
All of the mental health professionals are.
Okay, but not all the people from the district, correct?
Counseling support.
Counseling support. Do you think we can, so this is kind of an emergency situation that we have here. These events have occurred, and so if we wait for the regular, normal process, it will, these kids could graduate, and we may need to do something faster than that. I think the committee has asked for us to do some action, and maybe we can direct staff to expedite the mental health supports that the students do need. Maybe it's not from inside our particular section, but sometimes you can go out and find consultants to assist us with that. So as this is kind of an emergency, I'm going to try this out again, an action item related to that, but I'll get to that next. Regarding our safety plan, so have we done any revisions of the safety plan in relation to the incidents that have occurred at Cerritos High School?
I think, Tuan, maybe you can answer that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how they answer.
Okay.
All of the school safety plans were due March 1st. We submit our revised safety plan on March 1st. So Cerritos High School, along with all of our other schools, have submitted, and we're now currently looking into them. As far as additional supports and what Mr. DeWin shared earlier in the meeting with regards to the items that we've added to support at the school, those will be added into the safety plan as well.
So that was March 1st, but in light of the incidents that have occurred last week and the weeks prior, maybe we need to also re-look at some of our policies and procedures related to these school safety plans. I know that they've been vetted and been reviewed and in a great environment that we have had, but also maybe they need to address the current situations that has been occurring. I'm not saying that's going to change. I'm just saying that maybe that would be a good place that we could start in terms of being proactive and addressing some of these specific issues. So that'll be the second part of the walk-on I'm talking about. Zero period begins at 6:30 to 7:30. We have the security there or the additional police at 7:30.
At this time, yes, that is correct.
So how do we protect the zero period students? Excuse me.
Audience, please.
That's not
Let's be
appropriate.
civil.
So we can revisit the issue with the sheriff department. They are trying to accommodate us.
Yes.
In this special circumstances, they also have very limited staff.
Yes.
They have many issues, as you know. So this is what they can do at this time. If we need more hours, or extended time, we can discuss with them. But they have going above and beyond trying to accommodate that. This is between Mr. Darrell Evans. This is Captain Minden. This is Sergeant Rudy Sanchez from the Sheriff Department. We have been working together since last week, and they have, I don't want to bend over backward, but they have really going above to accommodate us because they themselves have very limited staff too. So
Yes.
we can look at that issue again. if we
Thank you,
need to.
Tuan. Because Board Member Dr. Rios had actually previously discussed, potentially not just Cerritos High School is one of the many schools in our district that is suffering under these difficult times, and it's just if we just focus everything on Cerritos High School, which is, I understand, the key concern, Gar High School may also have some issues as well. I think they all have particular issues, and I think Dr. Rios was thinking more proactive and long-term in terms of potentially having more deputy presence on campus. And I know that's a different issue. Obviously, we don't want to have them forever, but can we explore that for the next agenda where we can have, because that's going to only be next week, right? April 5th, so that's next week. Is that 2 weeks? I would like something to be in place sometime sooner, or maybe empower the superintendent to make those arrangements to occur.
We would definitely look into it.
Okay, not just Cerritos High School though. It has to be
It's for
GAR
all schools.
and all schools in the district, because it could be. I've been hearing about middle schools as well. That's also a difficult area. So, thank you, Madam President. So, in terms of that, my only action items would be to look into additional mental health supports, not just within, basically shifting the resources that we currently have, which are clearly inadequate, and providing some proactive counseling services, not just if the student asks for it, but maybe we specifically go out to the students and say, hey, are you okay? And just make that question. Because we know that most students, at least when I was a kid, I think I said, I would never ask or talk to a counselor, typically. Maybe I'm not a good example because I was in school many years ago, but we may not have sufficient resources. So that would be one thing, to empower the superintendent to acquire those resources, or at least look into acquiring those resources. 2 is to to review the safety plan in relation to the current situations that have occurred, and potentially provide recommendations at our next board meeting regarding potential changes to that. So that being the motion, can I have and these are facts that occurred after the printing of the agenda. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ernie.
Thank you.
Next, we have board member Sophia Say.
First, want to explain to the public why I set a limit. In the past, when you have so many people, speaker, then sometimes they don't only select certain group of numbers, and then none of you guys really can be able to come to talk. That's why I want to save your time. I want to make sure you come out, have opportunity to talk. But I'm glad, though. I want to thank you so much to come here. Just like Serena just mentioned, every challenge open opportunity. I admit it. There are some issues that we have there. Not some, a lot of issues that we have. Communication, notified time frame. Yeah. We'll look at both sides right now. What is prior, what is during, what is after? What is prior, what we've done? There's a lot of things we need to improve. Prior, before, is called preventive. There's 2 kinds of preventive. One is prior preventive. One is a happen. What have we done? And there's some issues that we have already. And staff present the policy is based on the California Education Code. How much you really exercise that, I don't know. And I know when you have training, you must have a staff sign they're attending the meeting. Am I right? Yes. Okay. So that is a record there to show to the public. But however, right now we have problem with the community members now distrust us, our school, and that's sad. Somebody was mentioned 6 months ago. Everybody likes Cerritos High School. Everybody wants to go to Cerritos High School. How do we improve that? How do we gain them back? I think we all need to work on communication between the board and chief administrator, communication between the, I would say, superintendent to the principal, and principal to the parent and the teacher. I think what Nabi just mentioned about it too. Communication is really, we need to improve that in that case. I went there that morning. I want to tell you, I went 2 times. When the incident happened, I was right there, and I was there talking to the parents. I don't want to say we don't care. We do care, because it affects a community. When you have personal experience that I had, the 2 people pointed a gun to each other, and I was right in the middle scene. That's scary. Even today, if you talk to me, you put your hands behind that, I'm thinking, Does he have a gun? It's so scary when you hear the parents, you do have a right to take the kids out. When I second time went back again, I met the staff. I bought donut for the staff. Some staff crying. It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened. Staff worried that too. I talked to two assistant principal. One of the principal cry. I saw all the parents rush in, like reminds me September 11. It is scary. I cannot feel exactly how you feel because I don't have a high school at this point. But I remember September 11. I also remember the two people pointing gun at each other. So I was right in the middle of the scene. Is it scary? Like I said, I can't feel how you feel, but I definitely have experienced something like that. It's scary. Okay. We need to improve. When I'm talking about improve, not just on improve one side to the victim, but we also think about those people who, what do we handle those kids who has misbehaved? We're talking about the alternate way to suspension and expulsion cases. What do we handle them? What have schools been doing there? And we know how this process there, 10 days, a month, follow up. It takes a long time to get the process done because, you know what? Proving, what do you say that word? I forgot. You have to prove that. You can't prove that, and you can't name them guilty. But again, what about my innocent students there? So we need to think about two things. One is we'll look in the policy. We'll look what happened today. Communications there, time frame, notify the parents. We'll also think about afterwards, how it's going to affect the students and the teacher too. Don't take me wrong, not just only your student, but your teacher also affect a lot. I want to let you know. So when you go back, and the other thing, communication with your children too. It is so important right now. I'm trying to tell, on that day I talk to parents, tell your kid, don't pass on, you know how kids like text. When they text, they get some information out, they quickly just, nowadays, the minute you hit enter or send, everything goes everywhere. They're including our board member here too. Facebook is big things nowadays. Instagram is becoming not big things. Your kids, even my future kids, future grandson's going to go to our school. I think we need to educate our kids too. So many things we need to talk about it. And I think I went to see one of the Oakland. They have this big issue. A lot of school has a lot of issue. I'm teaching college. I asked my student right away, "How's your city?" Some of them say almost every day there's some incident there happen. And I can't imagine how parents nowadays, especially Cerritos High School parents, it is tough. So I am asking the staff, set up the 2 plan. Okay, you have to have some action plan there to improve what we talked tonight, communication, time frame notification, and you have equipment fail. So what's happening there? And does anybody report that thing, the door's broken? And from the minute you get report, you have door issue, how long take the process to fix it? That's another thing that we need to take a look. And what happened to principal or other staff? Those are the things really important that give us a good opportunity to make change. Like I said, every challenge, an open opportunity for us to improve. And I want to thank you again for you coming tonight and to express your feeling. And I really sincerely say, you know what? I didn't do a good job. I have to say that. But there's room for me to improve. And please, when you go back, talk to kids. Please talk to teacher. Thank you for their service too, because they're all scared too. One of the things that's suggested by one of the Oakland district, and they were talking about their circle up, we need to give the kids opportunity to talk, express, to sit down and together, talk about incident. What can we help? That's after. We need to allow them time to ventilate it. And since you have so many cases out there, maybe we can, the mental health, have them set up the circle up with the student and talk about it, and parent too. Nowadays, a lot of time because COVID, we all wear masks. We can't see the people well. And, some people, I went to the market and they say, "Oh," and I said, "Hey, it's me." But there's some of the issue that we have right now due to COVID, how caused a lot of damage, not just only the learning, the talking, and most teachers right now focus on education, math, English, the science. That's what we focus on. We forgot other things about how do we socialize with others? How do we improve our communication? Same thing with you and with me. We need to communicate with the parent. We need to communicate with the board. We are here. None of us, I don't want to say others, but I say I'm not perfect. But I have open policy. Let us share together. You heard Serena say, let's rebuild our Cerritos High School, rebuild our school district. Let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Parents, I hear you. The kids' safety is my #1 priority, and I will always be honest and transparent with our parents. And those aren't just words. Many of you here in this audience know personally that I will always take your calls, reply to your emails, respond to your messages on social media, and keep you informed the best that I can. And staff, it's not the board against you. It's not you versus us. We're a team. We all want what's best for the kids. Let's roll up our sleeves. Let's work together, and let's do whatever it takes to make our campuses safer. I want to thank the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department. Captain Minden is here, also Lyndon Johnson, the field deputy, for all their assistance. The City of Cerritos, Darrell Evans, and also Mayor Pro Tem Chong Vo. They've been awesome in helping us. And I want to thank all of our staff. These past several weeks have been horrendous, to say the least, and this year has been miserable, really. So I want to thank our teachers, our admin, our principals, all of our staff on doing what they can to make things better. I appreciate it greatly. While I was researching the safety of our schools, I discovered that we do have an anonymous district safety tip line. I hadn't heard of it. The number is 562-888-0472. It's not an emergency line, and if you do have an emergency, you should still call the Sheriff Department, but this is something that we do monitor, and anybody can make an anonymous complaint there if they need to. And Dr. Sue, I'm hoping staff could maybe send that flyer or the number to all the principals to share with their communities. It might be helpful. Let's work as a community together to make our schools safer. Our kids' safety is the most important thing in all of our lives. I'm always available to you parents if you ever need me. My email and phone number are on the website. And I want to end with addressing mental health. We've all seen it. It's here. The pandemic really did a number on us. And I know it's hard to hire mental health professionals, but even part-time people, if we can get them, I feel personally every single kid needs to be talked to, even for 5 minutes, just to say, how are you doing? Are you okay? If they're okay, if they look like they're great, that's great. Let's go on to the next one. Let's touch every kid, see who needs help, and then get them the help, because if we don't, this may spiral and be even worse. So that's one of my suggestions. At all costs, COVID monies, whatever it takes, let's try to hire more mental health support. I've reached out to the county, Janice Hahn's office. I'm trying to get any resources they can provide to us. I think it's that important for our kids' safety, and we should put a large emphasis there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Olga Rios.
Thank you, Madam President. Immediate problems require immediate response, and so I stand by my recommendation to put a deputy officer at all of our high schools. Our teacher already has one, because I don't want to be here in a month or so because we have another issue at another one of our high schools. I think it would go a long way to deter incidents of violence, which is what we're seeing, and increase a sense of safety for our students. We all agree that it's not an issue unique to Cerritos High School. Again, I suggest that this deputy be placed for the remainder of the year, if possible. I understand and I hear that resources are limited, but definitely look into next year as well, and be ready to pull that back if needed, but not try to scramble last minute should the need continue. I know that this is not an issue unique to high schools, and so as was mentioned by board colleague Ernie here, our middle schools probably have issues and could definitely use support from extra I never know if I say it right. Is it SIAs or SAIs?
SIA.
Okay, SIAs. Again, we're seeing behaviors that are extreme, and I think that our teachers need that support, our administrators need that support, and we should provide it. Along with those two, something else that I want to talk about is we heard about school culture, and we know what a tremendous difference and an impact that has. Schools that have a positive culture, probably my guess, and I'm sure there's data to support this, have less incidents of negative behavior, negative anything. And so to work on that, I think, would go a long way. And so we have metrics in our district. We've seen data presented to us that tell us about how students feel at their schools. And we usually see it as a combined, but digging into that data would probably face us in the direction of schools that have a higher need. Safety, I mean, the data that was presented today. Students that participate in the STEP program, it was 60% of 9, and this is, systems to encourage peace, which tells me that there was some kind of physical altercation involved. Sense of school connectedness is another metric that's going to tell us how things are going out of school. We keep hearing about this, and we all in education know the importance of positive teacher-student relationships. Over and over, we hear and we talk about how we know that ultimately teachers make the biggest difference in our schools, in our classrooms. And so continuing to support our teachers and being able to do that for all of our kids, I think is going to go a long way. And I hope that I heard about our equity officer, and I hope that this is one of the areas of focus for her, is to increasing this across our district. Maybe we need to consider programs. Assessments is at the top of my list because we need to identify students who have needs that need to be addressed by mental health professional, by a behavior specialist. And we need to be fully staffed because I know that that's also an issue at some schools that, you want these kids assessed, but then we have one school psychologist to try to handle all that workload. And so maybe we need to consider more support in that area. Programs that motivate kids to have more sense of connectedness at the schools and have more of a sense of, again, we know the pandemic brought to surface a lot of issues, but these were there before the pandemic, about our kids wanting to come to school and having a purpose. Enrichment activities, sports, arts and music. I think us investing a lot more in these programs are going to go a long way into us really beating these issues that have come to surface and get us back to a place where our parents feel confident that school is a safe place for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was a long evening, but I'm going to keep it short because we heard from everybody. This is not a simple problem because children, it starts at home. Family is the fundamental foundational place where children learn and they are secured, right? And obviously, many of your children they have a loving parents, concerned parents who stay up until 11 o'clock to share your concerns, and I really applaud for that. However, I've heard a lot. There's discipline problem, communication, and a lot of these things. So many issues, and board members, we are concerned. We heard you for weeks. We saw. We cannot ignore it. We can throw out ideas and suggestions, but we're not experts in this area. So I want to give direction to Dr. Sue to look into hiring an independent agency to assess these issues, because these are not common issues. Cerritos High didn't have this problem before. And I'm very careful not to be so defensive, but it would not be fair to blame all this to certain individual, because this is not just one simple problem. And the students who cause these problems are not like many, but the few do create this culture of bullying. And I know the sheriff mentioned about law enforcement codes that your hands are tied. Are you kidding? We have more education codes that tie our educators' hands, the education codes. So I want to look into that, and I want to know what we can do to work around these codes and strengthen discipline. Because right now what I'm seeing is the victims are penalized, and the students who actually caused this have all this. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And so I think that we definitely need to assess the issue, because we heard a lot, and I think all of us hear it from different channels, but these things have to be addressed. And I want to take this time to address that Patrick Walker, he's out there working very hard. Okay, so this is something that we need an independent agency outside to come in to look at these issues, the culture, front off everywhere, and with our administrative staff, and make a recommendation of solution. And on this note, we need to work together, and we mentioned that because we love our community, and you are all here because you care. Really appreciate Teacher Jonathan Watanabe's comments. Very constructive. We need to work together. We need to work together. Constructive methods, constructive. But on the same token, I understand the parents and the students who are hurt. When you're hurt, you're angry, and I'm really sorry for that. And we are going to address this, and we have been. There's a lot of things that you guys mentioned that have already been addressed. The student resource officer have already been placed at Cerritos High School since Wednesday until the rest of the school year. And I know that sheriffs have been so generous and so cooperative, but we are using our fund to do that immediately, to have that presence. And so there's a lot of things that's already in place, and we need to communicate these things to everybody. Like sometimes, like not even our board members know this. So I would like to get a full report on this, Dr. Su, because the board members have to know what's going on. And for the staff who presented tonight, I want to thank you staying until 11 o'clock. They presented the safety procedures in place, although it didn't exactly address the Cerritos High issues, but it was addressed. They did present the safety procedure. So I'm sorry, please understand that the parents are so fearful and hurt. So we have to understand each other. And on this note, you guys, this coming Saturday is Cerritos High 50th anniversary. Can we put aside our feelings and hurts and celebrate with our children? Because this is our 50th anniversary of Cerritos High. And I really want to invite and ask for all of us to, celebrate together. And please be assured that we're not going to sweep this under the rug. And I'm going to talk with my fellow board members to immediately implement independent agency to assess the problem and see how we can address it and change the culture and clean things up. So on that note, I would like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved by Sophia.
Good, second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.